here has West Virginia in what's best for Ed at heart. So thank you so much. Have a great night.
The gentleman from the 27th District, Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You all may remember a couple of weeks ago there was a group of children in the Capitol, and they had T-shirts on that said, "Learn kindness." As I came out of my office, they were walking down underneath the lower area of the dome, and I smiled and waved to them. And one of the little girls made the sign of a heart and smiled back. And the other one stuck her thumbs in her ears, squinted her eyes, stuck out her tongue at me, and I don't know how in the world that girl knew that I was a Democrat, but it made me think of something. Learn kindness. Well, one obviously had it. The other one was a child. And being a child, I laughed and waved back at her when she did that. And I think about one of the things that I've experienced here. When I first was elected to the House, I went home and I was asked some questions by some of the residents. And one of them was, "Are you discouraged?" And I said, "Are you kidding? This is just like home. Nobody listens to me there either." And then another one, and asking me, "What's your experience been like?" And I said, "The only thing I can compare it to is my root canal. It was painful and I was glad when it was over. But I'm not glad that it's over. I'm glad that I have known you all. I'm glad that I have heard your passions, your thoughts, your reasoning, and it has not mattered to me once that I either agreed or disagreed with you. I admire you, and I told you some time past about my mother teaching me not to admire sports heroes, not to admire celebrities. She told me to look at the people around you. Your real heroes in life are your neighbors, your aunts, your uncles, your teachers, your Sunday school teachers. They're the real heroes. And she had me start, I was about 10 years old when she gave me that lesson, because I told her that Stan Musial was my hero. And she said, "Well, he's a great baseball player and seems like a fine man, but you need to look closer to home." And she made me start a notebook, a spiral notebook. I still have it. There are hundreds of names in that. People that touched my life, people that gave me example, and people that taught me things like what the Apostle Paul said: speak the truth in love. That's what I think we sometimes have the difficulty with, but it is so true. And I want to thank everybody. I admire you all. You're among my heroes because you've stood up for what you've believed. You've stood up for what you hope for West Virginia, and you have expressed it with great passion. And it doesn't matter to me when, we over here seem to disagree with you. I kind of watch that board a lot. I'd say 85, 90% of the time we agree. We forget that. There are significant things that we do disagree about. But I want to tell you a story that I've probably told many of you, and it was a lesson that my mother gave me. Her father was brilliant. Obviously, it skipped a generation with me. But her father got a job in Cincinnati in 1932 during the Depression as a manager for Procter & Gamble's headquarters there in downtown Cincinnati. They moved out of an apartment where she had to live or sleep in a small bed with her older and younger brothers. They got furniture on credit. She thought she had arrived. And about 9 months later, a man knocked on the door and said, I'm here to repossess the furniture that they'd bought on credit. And she discovered her father had a drinking problem and lost his job at Procter & Gamble. Before the month was out, another man came to the door and said, you have to be out by the 1st. You're 2 months behind in the rent. And my mother told me, and I hated this lesson as a child, but it came in handy when I had children. My mother said on the last day they were in that apartment, her mother had her, she was 14 years old, on her hands and knees, cleaning the bathroom floor before they left. I can still imagine what that looks like. I've seen it in old buildings. She described it as a black and white hexagonal tile. And not understanding, I looked at Mom and said, why are you doing this for these mean people? And she said her mother, who was a very gentle lady, shot me a look I'll never forget. And she said, these people aren't mean. You leave the world a better place than you found it. And you do what is right in life for one reason only, because it is right, period. Well, I heard that lesson so many times as a child that Mom, all she had to do was yell, period, and I knew what she meant. But she said that Christmas they lived in a very lousy apartment in downtown Cincinnati. They couldn't afford a Christmas tree, and her father went out on the corner and asked the man selling Christmas trees if he could have the limbs he'd cut off the bottoms of the tree. And I still have the hand-crank drill he used to make a Christmas tree. He got a 2x4 out of the alley, and he made a tabletop tree. And my grandmother clipped candles on it, because they didn't have lights, and she had made my mother a scarf, crocheted a scarf, and my two uncles pajamas. And on Christmas morning, they stood around the tree after opening their presents, holding hands, and they sang Silent Night. And she said, before we got to sleep in heavenly peace, that tree caught on fire. And she said, my brother beat it out with his only gift, his pajamas, and ruined them. And we laughed. And she said, I looked at my father, who was filled with shame because he had caused their plight, and said, where's Mom? And he put his head down and said, she's in the bedroom crying because she can't give you what she wants to give you. Well, my mother told me that was her favorite Christmas of all time. They learned that they loved each other, and that was more important than any present. Well, when I was a young boy questioning the Santa Claus story, I told my mom, she always put an orange in the toe of my stocking, and I said, you know, Mom, this looks an awful lot like the oranges on the kitchen table. And she said, that's not for you, that's for me. That was a treat to get an orange in my stocking, and I do it to remember my mother. Well, what I'm telling you is, I have been blessed. And I mentioned this to several people recently because I've been thinking about it a lot. We in America are 3% of the world's population. 97% of the world doesn't get to enjoy the freedoms, the joys, the securities we do. Most of the world is very troubled. And I think of how lucky we are. How lucky we are to come into this room and disagree, sometimes very adamantly. But we do have a wonderful country. I have been personally blessed, and knowing each of you has been one of those ways. And so I want to thank everyone for their kindness to me, for the passion that you each have for your beliefs, and to remind myself, as I always do, to speak the truth in love. It's got to meet both categories. But I want to thank you and tell you that please love one another, love this state of ours, and let's do things to cooperate to make West Virginia better. But thank you all. It has been a joy knowing you, and I appreciate your kindness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 76th District, Delegate Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, friends. One of my favorite Metallica songs, knew this was coming, is Turn the Page. Some may say it's a Bob Seger song. I think Metallica did it better. The page is turning on this wonderful privilege that I've had. And I've been thinking about it recently. Actually, I've been trying not to think about it. But when I do, I think about how grateful I am. Number one, grateful for the opportunity that the people of Marion County have given me to come down here to speak my heart, hopefully to do good in their eyes, to connect with them, and to try to do what they think is right. And I came home. I was here in Charleston for 8 years, and say it with me, when I worked in the governor's office, which is kind of a running joke anytime I've ever said that among my colleagues. But I came home, and the place that I grew up, to be able to represent them has been such a special thing. And to have the support of my wife, the support of my family, and I have a pretty big family there, and friends, has just meant so much over the last 4 years. Then when I think about how grateful I am really to know each and every one of you, and I think that starts with the doorman that we say hi to every day, the press corps, with all the staff, the lawyers, the people who make this place run. And then I think about my colleagues, the other members. And it's been amazing, and as I look at each and every one of you, I think I've gotten to know something about you. Some more than others. Some of us have spent more time than others, but I've remembered times looking across the table in a committee or across this floor, trying to figure out if there's a way that we can connect, that we can agree. And sometimes we can't, and that's okay. But I found respect in your eyes. And I've found many simple, as the gentleman from the 27th said, simple kindnesses and humor and generosity that has moved me. And I won't forget it. I think that one of the things that, as we leave here today, we will be friends for life. As much as we may have disagreed on a bill, on an issue, I see my friends laughing right here because they know it's true. We will always have that connection together. So, and I could talk about a lot of different people. I want to mention two, who I knew back when I worked in the governor's office. Jennifer McPherson is fantastic. It's somebody who I just think the world of. And Joe Altizer, wherever he is, probably writing amendments. He is such a talented person and a wonderful human being. And I've been lucky to work with him for a long time, but for the last 4 years. And not to belabor this. So I'm a baseball fan. And as I think about baseball growing up, that was my favorite thing to do. And I was competitive, and I'm still competitive. I think you all know that about me. I like to win. It makes it hard to be over here sometimes on this side. But when I think about it, and when I think about what it means, and how I've wanted to do this job, certainly haven't done it perfectly. I've tried to live with integrity, with honesty, and with respect for each and every one of you, to argue the points, but not the person. But there's a poem, my favorite poem. It's about baseball. It's called Game Called. I'm going to read it very quickly. Game called across the field of play. The dusk has come. The hour's late. The fight is done and lost or won. The player files out through the gate. The turmoil dies, the cheers hush, the stands are bare. The park is still, but through the night, there shines the light of hope, home beyond the silent hill. Game called where the golden light, the bugle rolled the reveille. The shadows creep where night falls deep and taps is called the end of play. The game is done, the score is in, the final jeer and cheer have passed. But in the night beyond the fight, the player finds his rest at last. Game called upon the field of life. The darkness gathers far and wide. The dream is done. The score is spun. That stands forever in the guide. No victory, nor yet defeat, is chalked against the player's name. But down the roll, the final scroll shows only how he played the game. If I had one hope for how I was a legislator, it is that I tried to play the game the right way. And I thank you all, and I love you all.
The gentleman from the 47th District, Delegate Longenegger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brief introduction. I've been trying to do this all day, and when I look up there, she's down the hallway being busy. My lovely wife, Sabrina, if she could stand in the West Gallery. Well, she gave me the permission to come down here. She's home feeding chickens, taking care of dogs, watching my mother and my brother, and taking care of business. Thank you, honey.
Gentleman from the 55th District, Delegate Akers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another quick introduction. Tim Justice, who works here, he has two children here who are pages this evening. We have Zane Justice and Zachary Justice. If you'll please stand up and be recognized. Thank you both so much for being here with us tonight.
The gentleman from the 61st District, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few special guests here this evening. With my son, he has some guests with him from the West Virginia Christian Education Association. We have Mike Wilson, Rex Egan and his grandchildren, Adam and Rachel, and as I stated, my son Landon is here with them. If they would stand in the house, make them feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 453, requiring pricing and payment transparency from pharmacy benefits managers contracting with PEIA.
Is there objection to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Objection is heard. Clerk will read the bill.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 453. A bill to amend and reenact 5-16-9 of the Code of West Virginia, 1931, as amended, relating to the Public Employees Insurance Agency, prohibiting a pharmacy benefit manager from reimbursing certain pharmacies or pharmacists in an amount less than the national average drug acquisition cost for a prescription drug or pharmacy service, requiring the pharmacy benefit manager to pay a dispensing fee at least equal to the fee paid by West Virginia Medicaid, providing for alternative payment calculation in the event that the national average drug acquisition cost is not available, defining terms, providing effective date, requiring additional pharmacy data variables to be reported to the Public Employees Insurance Agency, removing language requiring data provided by the pharmacy benefit manager to be kept confidential, requiring the director of the Public Employees Insurance Agency to report on an annual basis requiring the Public Employees Insurance Agency to require specific terms in its contract with a pharmacy benefit manager, requiring a study, providing for a due date for the findings in the study, and making technical corrections. Be it enacted by the Legislature of West Virginia, Article 16, West Virginia Public Employees Insurance Act, 5-16-9, authorization to execute contracts. A, the director is given exclusive authorization to execute such contract or contracts as are necessary to carry out the provisions of this article. B, the provisions of 5A-3-1 et sec of this code relating to the Division of Purchasing of the Department of Finance and Administration shall not apply to any contracts for any insurance coverage or professional services authorized to be executed under the provisions of this article. Before entering into any contract for any insurance coverage as authorized in this article, the director shall invite competent bids from all qualified and licensed insurance companies or carriers that may wish to offer plans for the insurance coverage desired. The director shall negotiate and contract directly with healthcare providers and other entities, organizations, and vendors in order to secure competitive premiums, prices, and other financial advantages. The director shall deal directly with insurers or healthcare providers and other entities, organizations, and vendors in presenting specifications and receiving quotations for bid purposes. No commissions or finder's fee or any combination thereof shall be paid to any individual or agent, provided that this shall not preclude an underwriting insurance company or companies at their own expense from appointing a licensed resident agent within this state to service the company's contracts awarded under the provisions of this article. Commissions reasonably related to actual service rendered for the agent or agents may be paid by the underwriting company or companies. In no event shall payment be made to any agent or agents when no actual services are rendered or performed. The director shall award the contract or contracts on a competitive basis. In awarding the contract or contracts, the director shall consider the experience of the offering agency, corporation, insurance company, or service organization in the group hospital and surgical insurance field, group major medical insurance field, group prescription drug field, and group life and accidental death insurance field, and its facilities for the handling of claims. In evaluating these factors, the director may employ the services of impartial professional insurance analysts or actuaries or both. Any contract executed by the director with a selected carrier shall be a contract to govern all eligible employees subject to the provisions of this article. Nothing contained in this article shall prohibit any insurance carrier from soliciting employees covered hereunder to purchase additional hospital or surgical, major medical, or life and accidental death insurance coverage. C, the director may authorize the carrier with whom a primary contract is executed to reinsure portions of the contract with other carriers which elect to be a reinsurer and who are legally qualified to enter into a reinsurance agreement under the laws of this state. D, each employee who is covered under any contract or contracts shall receive a statement of benefits to which the employee, his or her spouse, and his or her dependents are entitled under the contract, setting forth the information as to whom the benefits are payable, to whom claims shall be submitted, and a summary of the provisions of the contract or contracts as they affect the employee, his or her spouse, and his or her dependents. E, the director may, at the end of any contract period, discontinue any contract or contracts it has executed with any carrier and replace the same with a contract or contracts with any other carrier or carriers meeting the requirements of this article. F, the director shall include language in all contracts or pharmacy or for pharmacy benefit management as defined by 33-51-3 of this code. requiring the pharmacy benefit manager to report quarterly to the agency the following. 1, the overall total amount charged to the agency for all claims processed by the pharmacy benefit manager during the quarter. 2, the overall total cost of reimbursements paid to the pharmacy providers during the quarter. 3, the overall total number of claims in which the pharmacy benefits manager reimbursed a pharmacy provider for less than the amount charged to the agency for all claims processed by the pharmacy benefit manager during the quarter. And 4, for all pharmacy claims, the total amount paid to the pharmacy provider per claim, including but not limited to the following. A, the cost of drug reimbursement. B, dispensing fees. C, co-payments. D, the amount charged to the agency for each claim by the pharmacy benefit manager. E, date of service. F, NDC-11. G, drug name. H, drug strength. I, quantity. J, days of therapy. K, RX count. L, mail/retail code. M, brand/generic indicator. N, specialty drug indicator. O, compound indicator. P, formulary indicator. Q, gross total. R, member cost. S, plan cost. T, dispense as written. U, pharmacy NPI number. V, pharmacy claim ID. W, prescriber NPI number. X, pharmacy name. And Y, ingredient cost. In the event there is a difference between the amount for any pharmacy claim paid to the pharmacy provider and the amount reimbursed to the agency, the pharmacy benefit manager shall report an itemization of all administrative fees, rebates, or processing charges associated with the claim. The director shall provide an annual report to the Joint Committee on Health dealing with the information required by this section, including any difference or spread between the overall amount paid by pharmacy benefit managers to the pharmacy providers and the overall amount charged to the agency for each claim by the pharmacy benefit manager. To the extent necessary, the director shall use aggregated, non-proprietary data only, provided that the director must provide a clear and concise summary of the total amounts charged to the agency and reimbursed to pharmacy providers on an annual basis. G, if the information required herein is not provided, the agency may terminate the contract with the pharmacy benefit manager, and the Office of the Insurance Commissioner shall discipline the pharmacy benefit manager as provided in 33-51-8E of this code. H, the Public Employees Insurance Agency shall contract with networks to provide care to its members out of state. I, the Public Employees Insurance Agency shall require each of the following in its request for proposals and contracts with a pharmacy benefit manager. 1, the pharmacy benefit manager shall disclose all information and data related to contracting, reimbursement, networks, rebates, fees, and any other information and data requested by the Public Employees Insurance Agency, the legislature, and vendors for the purpose of performing study and analysis, effective with the changes made to this section during the regular session of the legislature 2024. A comprehensive pharmacy business intelligence study and analysis shall be conducted by an organization with expertise in studying and analyzing pharmacy benefit managers to determine what, if any, changes could be made to facilitate savings with respect to the Public Employees Insurance Agency's pharmacy benefit manager services. A final report, including recommendations, shall be presented no later than December 31st, 2024, to the Public Employees Insurance Agency and the Joint Committee on Government and Finance. 2, a pharmacy benefit manager shall not reimburse a West Virginia pharmacy or pharmacist for a prescription drug or pharmacy service in an amount less than the national average drug acquisition cost for a prescription drug or pharmacy service at the time the drug is administered or dispensed, plus a professional dispensing fee at least equal to the professional dispensing fee paid by West Virginia Medicaid for outpatient drugs. Increases to the professional dispensing fee may be set by the director in accordance with this subdivision, provided that if the national average drug acquisition cost is not available at the time a drug is administered or dispensed, a pharmacy benefit manager may not reimburse a West Virginia pharmacy or pharmacist in an amount that is less than the wholesale acquisition cost of the drug, as defined in 42 USC 1395W-3A C6B, plus a dispensing fee as described in this subdivision. The provisions in this subdivision shall be effective for the Public Employees Insurance Agency plan year beginning on July 1st, 2024.
Gentleman's welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to reconsider the amendment for Senate Bill 453.
Gentleman from the 12th, ask unanimous consent to reconsider the adoption of the amendment.
Yes, sir.
The House amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there objections to returning to reconsideration of the House amendment on Senate Bill 453? Okay, no objections are heard. So the House will return to further consideration of the amendment offered and adopted by the House on Senate Bill 453.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you withdraw the amendment. Unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
If the gentleman wishes to withdraw the amendment, step one is to now move reconsideration of the amendment. We have returned to it, so now we are at the stage of reconsideration. So the question is, shall the amendment be reconsidered for purposes of having it withdrawn? Gentleman of 54, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you. Would the former sponsor of the amendment, I guess now, yield?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, could you give us, remind us what the amendment was, please?
The amendment took the definition of West Virginia pharmacies out of the bill. Excuse me. It appears now that the definition is needed to ensure that those pharmacies registered with the Secretary of State get the benefit of the higher reimbursements paid by the pharmacy benefit managers for PEIA, prescription drug, or pharmacy services, so that the definition must be restored. Therefore, I move to withdraw the amendment.
Okay, so removing it would restore the definition of the pharmacies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for the benefit of the members, for clarity, the gentleman from the 12th has asked unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment. Does the chair hear objection to withdrawing this amendment? Okay, no objections are heard. The amendment will be withdrawn. Clerk will now advance the bill again to third reading. Clerk will please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 453, requiring pricing and payment transparency from pharmacy benefit managers contracting with PEIA.
Okay, the question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 12th.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires more information to be reported by pharmacy benefit managers to PEIA, including requiring PBMs to disclose all information and data related to contracting, reimbursement, networks, rebates, fees, and any other information and data requested by the Public Employees Insurance Agency the legislature, or vendors for the purpose of supporting a study and analysis of where savings can be had in PEIA. The bill also requires minimum amounts of reimbursement to PBMs must pay West Virginia pharmacies and pharmacists for a prescription drug or pharmacy service, no less than the national average drug acquisition costs for a prescription drug or a pharmacy service. I urge passage.
Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman, the 27th, Griffith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to speak to this, but I also ask Rule 49 as an owner of a pharmacy.
We'll deal with the Rule 49 request first. Under the set of facts as previously relayed to the chair by the gentleman, the 27th, the gentleman is the owner of an in-state West Virginia pharmacy that may potentially be impacted by the bill. It would be the ruling of the chair. The gentleman belongs to a class of 5 or greater individuals potentially impacted by the bill and is therefore eligible to vote on this question. The gentleman is recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was handed a document that I think many of you had already received. I just saw it before we came into the session. And while I'm going to vote in support of the bill, I think this document is particularly deceptive, in particular because it lists my pharmacy as well as several chains and former Delegate Reed's pharmacy in this. And it appears when you, it took me a while to study this to see what was kind of going on here, and it looks like I'm making a lot of money. That would be nice. But first of all, on nearly each of these drugs, we don't even dispense it. Don't even have a PEI patient for that. Now, this document's not saying I do have those patients, but like on Mounjaro, we lose money every time we dispense it. We have one patient that is using the carrier for this, for Humalog insulin. We lose money every time we dispense it. Now, what do we do as a pharmacy? When someone, and your first sheet's a bunch of cancer drugs, really expensive. We don't dispense any of these. They're specialty drugs. But what do we do when someone comes to you and they need that medicine on PEI? I'll tell you what we do, and I know a lot of them, you eat the loss. Sometimes it's a couple of $100 at a whack. Sometimes you get paid, and then there's a system called a DIR fee, where later on the insurance company takes money back from you. Now, I'll give you an example. Cholesterol medicines, the statin class of drugs, if that patient misses one dose during a 90-day period, and we submit that refill, what insurance companies do is they say, you didn't counsel them right. You're supposed to make sure that you tell them how important this is to take that. They could have dropped one. Like, who knows? And so they take money back from us. Months after we already been paid a fee supposedly above our costs. But here's the problem. What we really ought to have is a system, and it's nationwide, and you can't imagine the complexity of PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers. They sound good. We're going to keep costs down. We're going to make sure they take money away from providers. The insurance companies make a lot of money. And I'll tell you quite frankly, I've never said this publicly, but we struggle to stay open. And it's because we don't make money on these things. And I looked at these things, and one of these things I haven't ever dispensed. But on this sheet, it looks like we're getting paid thousands of dollars. What this sheet is showing is if you would dispense it. And every pharmacy negotiates with insurance plans to get a deal. And when a drug is in particular a generic, there may be 10 manufacturers. There may be 20. And so you try to find one that, first of all, is a good quality, and secondly, is the least expensive for you and the pharmacist or for the patient. But what happens is the insurance company tells you, I don't care how much that costs you to buy, this is what we're going to pay you. And supposedly a fee above that to pay for your overhead. Well, it doesn't happen that way. And while I take umbrage at the difficulty of understanding this, I agree. We have tremendous problems making PEIA work. We have a tremendous commitment to West Virginia citizens. But in support of this bill, why can't it be a system where whatever the drug costs, you get a reasonable fee for all of your work above that, and it's the same for everybody? It should be, but it's not, and it's complicated, and I'm telling you that the only people coming out ahead in this thing are the drug companies and the insurance companies. Providers, doctors, everybody are struggling, and I don't know that we can solve that problem, but I can tell you that over the course of my career as a pharmacist, as insurance became more and more prominent, I've seen, as was discussed here earlier, the struggle that people have paying for their medicines, the amount of stress that causes their lives. And that's why I appreciated you all supporting my little bill to try to get the bottles labeled. But I'm telling you that we have to work hard over the next years to solve what is really an unsolvable problem because of the way it works out nationally. But while I disagree with the deception, I think, of this document in the sense that it's, first of all, hard to understand, and secondly, what you see in those columns is not what pharmacies are making. We didn't even dispense any of those drugs at our pharmacy for people on this plan. But it ought to be fair. Why can't something be reasonable and be fair for every pharmacy? Because, and I'm saying this as an independent pharmacy, our pharmacy's been in existence since 1892, 132 years. Through depressions, through wars, through floods, everything. Because we had a relationship with our community and we provided them a service and we were part of that community. But it's not like that now. And you, as a body, need to try somehow to get a system that's going to be fair to everyone along the way. And one of the consequences when these pharmacies fail, and there's many failing, especially independents, what's going to happen is there's going to be less choice. There's going to be less pharmacies going back in the middle of the night for a person, delivering to somebody. It's going to be all sorts of consequences. And it's like I always say, the hardest bills, two types of bills for us to pass, is something that's going to save money in the future, not out of this year's budget, or something that's going to prevent something bad from happening, because it hasn't happened yet. And because it hasn't happened yet, we tend to think, it's not necessary. This is a complicated issue beyond belief. Just like the DIR fees, where they'll take money back from us months later because they can. And the insurance companies, if you're a soldier, you know all about a flanking maneuver, and they're always doing flanking maneuvers around anything we do. So I rise in support of this, but I hope that we can develop a system whereby we get a fair reimbursement for the services, and we do help to keep the costs down to PEIA to serve the deserving employees of our schools and our state workers. So I urge support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further debate on the bill? Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman on the 12th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We had 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. Chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 453, requiring pricing and payment transparency from pharmacy benefits managers contracting with PEIA.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman the 16th, Delegate Westfall, for purposes of a conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conferees on disagreeing votes of the two houses as amendments of the House of the committee substitute for House Bill 5237 have met, and after full and free conference have agreed to recommend and do recommend their respective houses as following. The both houses recede on their positions by striking everything after the acting clause, and that the both houses recede from their respective positions as to the title of the bill by adopting and agreeing the conference committee report, which accomplishes the following. House Bill 5237, as presented, prohibits driving slowly in the left lane except under certain circumstances. The bill as amended in the House made the offense a secondary offense. The Senate struck the provision of the House floor amendment and made the offense a primary offense. Both houses agreed to recede from their amended striking everything after the acting clause, and both houses agreed to recede from their respective position amending the title of the bill. Enforcement is now a primary offense. Division of Highways is required to post information, signage on this issue, and a long list of exceptions incorporated in the House still remain. The Conferee Committee report incorporates amendment title to House Bill 5237, provides for a complete listing of all these alterations. Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Conferee Committee report.
Gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Westfall, moves that the House adopt the conference committee report. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 98th, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Just want to be clear, so the recommendation of the conference committee is that driving in the left lane will be a primary offense?
Primary offense with a first-time $25 fine with all the exceptions that was in the House bill. Yes, sir.
So it went over to the Senate as a secondary offense, and now it's come from the conference committee as a primary offense. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question still is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Gentleman from the 79th, Delegate Hansen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Yes, sir.
How slow do you have to be driving to be pulled over as a primary offense?
It doesn't say that. Let me get the bill. It just says if you got the language here? Yeah, as long as it does not impede the normal or reasonable movement of the traffic in the left lane.
So it's not based on any particular speed above and or below the speed limit. It's just about impeding traffic in the left lane.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 98th, Delegate Espinosa.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman will state the question.
So, as I understand the rules of the legislature, I guess, if we vote to reject the conference report, the bill effectively dies at this point. Is that correct?
Gentleman's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The process before the body now, for benefit of all members, is a two-step process on consideration of the results of a conference committee exercise. Step one is the adoption of the conference committee report, and then step two is passage of the bill as agreed upon by the conferees. So at the moment, the posture before the body is the motion by the gentleman of the 16th Delegate Westfall that the conference committee report be adopted. Is there further debate on the question of the adoption of the conference committee report? Lady from the 73rd Delegate Summers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, point of clarification, if we want to support a primary offense of driving in the left lane, we would vote green. If we want to reject driving in the left lane as a primary offense, we would vote red.
The lady is correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman of the 17th Delegate Penson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I understand you to say that there is a $25 fine. Is that correct?
First time, yes, sir.
And what about court cost on top of the fine?
They are mentioned.
So it would be a flat $25, not the extra $150 or $175 that are typically added on as court costs?
It's not in the bill, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the gentleman's motion? Gentleman from the 27th, Dr. Griffith, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the House sponsor yield?
Yes, sir.
One of the confusions I have, if I'm going 85 miles an hour in the left lane and the guy behind me wants to go 95 miles an hour, who gets the ticket? I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm trying to think of how this will play out.
If you're both speeding, you both get the ticket.
Well, if there's two officers, but otherwise...
One officer can pull two people over. I've seen it happen.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Is there further debate on the conference committee, on the gentleman's motion that the conference committee report be adopted? If not, Chair recognizes the gentleman of the 16th Delegate Westfall to close debate on the motion to concur or to adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, sir. Real briefly. I know this has been before. It is the same thing as primary. I trust our men in green that we have back in front of us to do the right thing. I don't think this will be abused in West Virginia. I trust my sheriff's department. I know them well. I think they'll do the right thing. This is the leading cause of road rage in West Virginia Corps State Police. People driving the left lane slow and having to drive past on the right side. Just a thing, if you drive on 77, as a lot of us do, you see this from, I won't call it the anti-Ohio bill, but you see a lot of people camped in the left lane. For all those reasons, again, I trust the state police of West Virginia. I trust our local law enforcement to do the right thing, so I urge a passage.
Question again, debate on the motion has been closed. The question now is, shall the conference committee report on House Bill 5237 be adopted? Those in favor of adoption, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. No spirit have it. Roll calls demand that House will be in order. Roll calls demand that is a demand sustained. Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 46 ayes, 52 nays, and 2 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares the conference committee, chair declares the motion lost. The conference committee report is not adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman of the 8th. Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 conference committee reports to bring before the body. The first one I'd like to read to you is from Senate Bill.
Delegate, the clerk's asked for a bit of clarification.
Okay.
Gentlemen, please approach the clerk.
Yes.
House will be in order. Chair recognizes the gentleman in the 8th for a conference committee report on House Bill 5084.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your conference committee from the House met with their counterparts, the Senate, and your committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the two houses as to the amendment of the Senate to engross committee substitute for House Bill 5084 have met after full and free conference, have agreed to recommend and do recommend to their respective houses as follows: that the House agree to the amendment of the Senate to the bill and its title.
Question now is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Question is on the motion that the House concur or the House adopt the conference committee report just presented by the gentleman in the 8th. Douglas Kelly, is there debate on the conference committee report? Lady from the 49th, Douglas Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we spoke earlier today, the U.S. FDA does require purchasers of tobacco products to be 21. We heard some language and talk about, well, why should we not change that, or why should we change it? And the thought process to leave it at 18 centered around that maybe a new president like President Trump would come back into office and lower the tobacco age. Well, I hate to tell you, but on December 20th, 2019, President Trump was actually the one that signed the law in raising the age to 21. And also, in that law, there were no exemptions for sales to military members, as there had been before. West Virginia has the highest rate of youth vaping. 35.7% of high schoolers vape. In 2022, 4 out of 5 middle and high school students who tried to buy cigarettes in the preceding 30 days were successful. Only 17% of those who attempted to do so were denied by a clerk. That was the impetus of my bill to require the ID. That was the basic premise. I'm not here to argue on whether you're an adult at 18 or 21, but what I am here to argue is to keep these vapes and tobacco out of the hands of the youth. That was the problem I had in my county that brought this bill forth to address. Our state law is very silent on the IDing of requiring ID for these products. So for that reason, I do hope we can adopt the conference committee report.
Is there other debate on the motion that the House adopt the conference committee report? If not, those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that conference committee report adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We had 82 ayes, 16 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5084 require retailers to verify identification and age upon purchase of vape products.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purpose does the gentleman in the 53rd Douglas Prince seek recognition?
I'm sorry, when appropriate, I have a conference committee report to do, just when appropriate.
Gentleman in the 53rd, Douglas Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a conference committee report for engrossed House Bill number 4399, creating the equitable right to expungement. Your conference committee on the disagreeing votes of the two houses as to the amendment of the Senate to engrossed committee substitute on House Bill 4399 have met. After full and free conference, have agreed to recommend to their respective houses the following language that was in contention between the two houses. This is the agreed language. Any person whose charges have been dismissed following a full and successful completion of a pretrial diversion pursuant to section 61-11-22 of this code or whose charges have been dismissed following the full and successful completion of a deferred adjudication pursuant to Section 61-11-22A of this code, may file a civil action in the circuit court for expungement of all charges originally brought, provided that the charges sought to be expunged arose from the same transaction or occurrence, and all records relating to the arrest, charges, or other matters arising out of the arrest or charges may be expunged. This was an agreement between our committee and the Senate. The sponsor of the bill, the delegate from Randolph, also concurred and agreed to these changes. Mr. Speaker, that is the conference report. I would urge adoption.
You've heard the conference report presented by the gentleman in the 53rd. The question now is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Is there debate on the conference committee report? Is there debate on the conference committee report? If not, those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that conference committee report adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 94 ayes, 4 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4399, creating the equitable right to expungement.
Are the title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Clerk has Senate messages. While we prepare, are there introductions at this time? Are there introductions at this time? Lady from the 63rd, Delegate Dittman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce a special runner that we have paging with us this evening, Miss Mackenzie Conrad, and she is the niece of our communications director for the Democrats, Jennifer McPherson, and she is Braxton County Middle School, staying strong tonight. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman the 35th, Delegate Vance.
Not an introduction, but I would like to say that the buzzer just sounded a little while ago, and for the second year in a row, the Wyoming East Lady Warriors are your AA State Girls High School basketball champions. So,
Gentleman the 7th, Delegate Sheedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want everyone to know Cameron, West Virginia, Marshall County, three-peats, Class A girls basketball champions. Give them a hand.
Gentleman the 5th, Delegate Fluharty.
To continue the strength from the Northern Panhandle, I'd like to announce that your Wheeling Park Lady Patriots are your 4A state champions, a resounding victory over Morgantown, 65-51. Congratulations to Coach Young, the Lady Patriots, and Alexis Bordas was named the MVP. She had 22 points in the championship game, and she was named the tournament MVP. So congratulations to the Lady Patriots and the Northern Panhandle.
Anybody know who won the state science fair? Gentleman the 13th, Delegate Heckert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, there's a gentleman that has been here about every day of this session. Most times before session, he prays. About every day, he prays in this building for all of us. Would Mr. Denny Westover please stand up and the House make him feel welcome?
Gentleman the 59th, Delegate Shamblin.
Not a science fair announcement, Mr. Speaker, but I gotta announce my own school. Nitro High School Lady Wildcats AAA state basketball champions, Nitro High School.
Gentleman from the 80th, David Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the West Gallery is as good of a man as you could ever want to beat from Morgantown, West Virginia, former House Counsel in this body, Mr. Dan Kimball. If he would please stand, and if the House would give him a warm welcome.
Lady from the 71st, David Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw your attention to the North Gallery and my husband of almost 35 years, Jeff. Please stand and make him feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 29th, David Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, we were joined by a great friend and patriot who 2 years ago was with us on my first day as a delegate and is here tonight to finish out this session, Mr. Craig Hart from Tug Valley High School. Would the House please make him feel welcome?
Gentleman from the 25th, David Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While my Lady Highlanders did lose to the eventual champion, Wheeling Park, we placed 2 Lady Highlanders on the all-tournament team, and Jada Turner and Amara Jackson. House, please make them feel congratulated.
Gentleman from the 42nd, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted a small announcement that on March 4th, at the West Virginia State Science and Engineering Fair in Division II of Physics and Astronomy. First place went to Raleigh County, Yajmat Panta for the Science of Engineering, Science of Energy demonstrated by Yo-Yo. So congratulations to them and everyone from Raleigh County.
I guess I asked, didn't I? Gentleman from the 6th, Douglas Stevens.
To follow up on your question, Mr. Speaker, thank you. First place in the animal science was Scarlett Hayes from Preston County, but I'm not sure you're going to appreciate her project. Which dog treats dogs like the most?
Gentleman from the 5th, Douglas Fluharty.
I have one more thing to add, Mr. Speaker. Wheeling Park won something else today. Because that's all we do up north. We just win. The Wheeling Park Speech and Debate Team is your 2024 state champions, a record 44th victory for the speech team. So give them a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 27th, Douglas Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeing a trend here. I'd like to congratulate Jimmy David Billups of Cerrito for being the champion of the Subterranean Ping Pong League's Litter Box Invitational Tournament. Thank you all very much.
The chair is very pleased to have my family here tonight. My wife Kirsten and our daughters Catherine Hanshaw and Rebecca Hanshaw are over there by the door. Please make them welcome here tonight. Other introductions? If not, clerk has sent messages.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed, without amendment, House Bill 4883 relating to increasing annual salaries of certain employees of the state, but they have changed the effective date to July 1st, 2024.
Message be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made the bill effective July 1, 2024. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate effective date.
Lady from the 71st moves that the House concur. Chair will take the lady's motion as a motion to make the bill effective July 1st, 2024. For what purpose, Gentleman, the 52nd, Negat Rose, seek recognition?
I was just wondering if there are any conditions on the pay raise.
Because at one time, the Senate had
No,
conditions.
no, there aren't.
So they receded on that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question is, shall the bill be made effective July 1st, 2024? Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective July 1st, 2024. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed, with amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 4880 relating to personal income tax Social Security exemption.
Message be received. Gentleman from the 96th.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment is exactly the language of the bill passed by the House. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
Gentleman from the 96th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment on House Bill 4880. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 44th, Delegate Kirby is recognized.
Gentleman from the 96th, yield for 1
Yes.
minute. Are there any triggers attached to
No triggers.
Thank you, sir.
Is there other debate on the motion? Is there other debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments on House Bill 4880 will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title. Clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4880 relating to personal income tax Social Security exemption.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has adopted, with amendment, committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 28, Protection from Medically Assisted Suicide or Euthanasia in West Virginia Amendment.
Message be received. Ladies and 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment adds a proviso that adoption of this amendment does not forbid state-imposed capital punishment. This is not requiring the state to impose the death penalty, merely stating that this amendment has no bearing should the legislature ever adopt that policy. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question is on the latest motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Joint Resolution 28. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, yes, gentleman 76, Delegate Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So will the gentlelady yield?
Certainly.
So the change in here, if I understand it correctly, it says that euthanasia does not prohibit the death penalty?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so we currently don't have the death penalty, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for yielding.
Welcome.
Speak to the motion.
The gentleman is recognized.
So we had a long debate about euthanasia, and we have not gotten into the issue of the death penalty for good reason. It is a terrible policy and is absolutely at odds with the idea of euthanasia. And I just generally think it's morally reprehensible. I don't think this is something we could support. I think we should ask them to recede. So I think in this case, we need to vote this motion down and have a further motion to ask the Senate to recede. And for that reason, I'll oppose the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 1st, Delegate McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just ask my colleagues to concur with the Senate. It's merely one line that says this amendment has nothing to do with the death penalty. It's plain as day.
Is there further debate on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on House Joint Resolution 28? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the resolution be adopted? Shall the resolution be adopted? Is there debate on the resolution? Is there debate on the resolution? If not, the question is, shall the resolution be adopted? This resolution does require a 2/3 vote for passage. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 88 ayes, 10 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action. Clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Joint Resolution 28, Protection from Medically Assisted Suicide or Euthanasia in West Virginia Amendment.
Are the title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill or the resolution. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment Committee substitute for House Bill 5105 to eliminate the vaccine requirements for public virtual schools.
That message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment provides that private or parochial schools that elect to adopt vaccine requirements that differ from those in the code must notify the Department of Health. Private or parochial schools are granted protection from liability regardless of based on their decision to adopt their own policy or comply with the state requirements. Schools that adopt their own policy, however, must annually inform all parents of their policy and obtain and retain a signed acknowledgement form indicating that the parent is aware of the school's decision. Students are also required to have all mandatory vaccines if they participate in school-sanctioned activities that result in competition with other schools. The Senate also amended the title. The Senate amendment provides additional protection for students and families compared to the current law. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
You've heard the lady's motion. The question is that the House concur in the Senate amendments on House Bill 5105. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman 54, Douglas Pushkin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the lady yield?
Yes.
This now seems like a very different bill than what we passed here and what we debated on here. But one thing that really stands out, did they remove the exemption based on religious beliefs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there other debate on the motion? Is there other debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 70 ayes, 29 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5105 to eliminate the vaccine requirements for public virtual schools.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and passed Senate Bill 803, updating definitions for assessment of real property.
The message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment changed the definition of family trust by limiting it to one in which the beneficiaries are the person who is possessed of the freehold of the property and his or her immediate family members. The House version required the trustee of the trust to also be a member of the immediate family of the freeholder, which would have excluded family trusts with institutional trustees. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The questions on the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on Senate Bill 803. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 803, updating definitions for assessment of real property.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill take effect from its passage.
The questions on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and title amendment and passed committee substitute for the clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment, or has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for Senate Bill 568, creating multi-tiered system for school absenteeism.
Message to be received. Lady from the 71st. Gentleman on the 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment strengthens the bill. The Senate amendment clarifies that a student's absences due to pregnancy or parenting needs shall be excused. Additionally, the Senate amendment will require a standard policy for J.C.'s Law by the State Board of Education rather than 55 different policies for each local school board to ensure uniformity amongst the counties to help assist students in graduation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment.
Questions on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on Senate Bill 568. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on this motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage, the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent. The majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 568, creating multi-tiered system for school absenteeism.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has rejected the House amendments and requests the House to recede from its amendments on Senate Bill 681, revising service obligation for certain doctoral medical degree programs.
Message to be received. Gentleman on the 85th.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has requested the House recede from its amendments. The bill without amendment changes the previous requirement that members of the National Guard who receive payment for a doctorate of medicine or a doctorate of osteopathic medicine remain a member of the National Guard and practice medicine in West Virginia for a minimum of 10 years, to instead require they remain a member of the National Guard for a mandatory service obligation as prescribed by the Adjutant General. The National Guard currently has no candidates for the program due to the inflexible length of service, and only 2 per year may receive the benefits. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House recede from its amendments to Senate Bill 681.
Question now is on the motion that the House recede from its position on Senate Bill 681. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 57th, Douglas Lewis, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you yield for a question, please?
Yes, sir.
So did they change the year requirement of service?
Please say it again.
Did they change the year requirement of service? The Senate, that is?
To the gentleman, it was originally 6 years, and as they amended it, they took it back to the original bill.
Okay, so we changed it to 6 and they took it back to 10. Is that correct?
10 is what is currently in. Yeah, 10 to the gentleman. 10 is what is currently in code.
Uh-huh.
We had then sent it over.
We had amended the bill to make the length of time 6 years.
The House amended it to 6 years.
The Senate restored the original form of the bill in which the ActCon generally determined.
So then what the Senate did was they returned it to the responsibility of the adjunct general to make the determination.
Okay, so there currently has a Senate amendment, there's not a year requirement, it's just to the discretion of the general.
The gentleman is correct. It would be discretionary.
Thank you, sir.
Is there other debate on the gentleman's motion that the House recede from its position on Senate Bill 681? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill, Senate Bill 681? If not, those in favor of passage, the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 88 ayes, 7 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 681, revising service obligation for certain doctoral medical degree programs.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further title amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 624, canceling voter registration records for individuals no longer West Virginia residents.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amended the title to more clearly delineate what they felt were the salient points to the House amendment. The Senate changes do no harm. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate title amendment.
Question now is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate title amendment on Senate Bill 624. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We had 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 624, canceling voter registration records for individuals no longer West Virginia residents.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman, the 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be effective 1/1/2025.
Question now is on the motion that the House take effect January 1st, 2025. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We had 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective January 1st, 2025. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 4793 relating to distilled liquor.
Message be received. Gentleman from 96.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment reduces the quantity of alcohol that may be manufactured to 10 gallons for a household of 2 or more persons over the age of 21, or 5 gallons for a single person, down from 50 and 25, respectfully. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment.
Question now is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments on House Bill 4793. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 64 ayes, 34 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. Clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4793 relating to distilled liquor.
Other title amendments. If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 5430 relating to per diem compensation and expenses of newly elected or appointed judicial officers receiving education and training prior to taking the oath of office.
Message will be received. Gentleman 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amended to provide the following: 51-3-20, a new section of code relating to judicial officer education and training. The Senate reworded the bill with no real substantive change other than to use the term senior status family court judge. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question now is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 5430. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 1 nay, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5430 relating to per diem compensation and expenses of newly elected or appointed judicial officers receiving education and training prior to taking the oath of office.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 5348, changing the name of the Raleigh County Recreation Authority to the Raleigh County Parks and Recreation Authority.
Message will be received. Gentleman 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment made a minor technical correction to the title of the bill to correct a misnumbered chapter of the acts of the legislature. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate and title amendment.
Question now is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5348, changing the name of the Raleigh County Recreation Authority to the Raleigh County Parks and Recreation Authority.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 5294, revising state law regulating farm wineries.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment removes the 4-tier classification system of farm wineries from the committee substitute. The only other noteworthy substantive change to the committee substitute pertains to the sample sizes. The committee substitute had provided that in specified contexts, wineries could provide 6 2-ounce samples of wine. The Senate amendment increases the sample size by 1 ounce so that the wineries can provide 6 3-ounce samples. The Senate amendment adds 6 additional sections of the code that are not present in the House committee substitute. These additional sections pertain to non-intoxicating beer, alcoholic liquor, and hard cider. The changes to those sections track the changes of the House made in the context of the wine and wineries. The amendment also redefines close proximity from 150 to 300 feet as the term relates to the structures and serving areas. The Senate also amended the title. The titles relating to the clauses reference alcoholic liquor and non-intoxicating beer, but it does not reference wine. Accordingly, a title amendment is necessary. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I request the House concur with the Senate amendment and further request that the House concur in the Senate title amendment with further amendment.
The question now is on the gentleman's motion that the gentleman on the 85th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the title amendment.
Gentleman moves that the House concur in the Senate title amendment with further. Question on the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on that motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 75 ayes, 22 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5294, revising state law regulating farm wineries.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the effective date be May 1st, 2024.
Question now is on the gentleman's motion that the effective date be set to May 1st, 2024. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. For what purpose will the gentleman of the 65th Douglas Martin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, is that a debatable motion?
The effective date?
Yes.
It is. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Certainly.
Can you tell me why we were making it that date?
We were not told.
Okay. Speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker, or the
To the effect
motion.
to the motion? Yes, gentleman's
Yes.
recognized.
I don't think that that is a good date. I believe that July 1st would be an appropriate date for this bill. That's when all the new licenses for alcohol start over. So this is affecting different alcohol licenses. To me, it makes more sense to be July 1st when the new year for ABC licenses are in effect. So I would say that I think we should vote this down, and then we should make the motion I'll make the motion for July 1st of this year if the motion is rejected.
To be clear, is the gentleman advocating rejection of the motion, or is the gentleman offering an amendment to the gentleman's motion?
Amendment.
Gentleman of the 65th moves to amend the motion by striking May 1st, 2024 and inserting July 1st?
That's correct.
Inserting July 1st, 2024. Also a debatable question, is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 85th, Douglas Hott.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the intention of my good friend from the 65th, and I do have some further information I'm sorry I wasn't able to share with you before. The requested effective date of May 1st, 2024 coincides with a specific event that is coming up for the wineries in the Eastern Panhandle. So therefore, I ask that we oppose his motion.
Gentleman from the 99th, Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand the gentleman question in regards to the effective date. I want everybody to understand, this does not change anyone's license. It changes what they can do. So this gives all of your in-town spring events an opportunity to prosper and have more people, make more revenue, and bring more revenue to the state. Remember, this does not change what their license is, it changes what they can do. Thank you.
Lady from the 49th, Doug Tully, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge that we go with the original effective date. This affects some wineries even in my area that do go to festivals, not just in the Eastern Panhandle, but around the state, and they have they're coming up. These people are very tourism oriented, and it does bring visitors and revenue into the state, and I would urge that we go with the original date that was proposed. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the primary amendment to the motion that the bill be made effective? Gentleman from the 90th, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from 65 yield? Now, does this mean that if your amendment passes, they would have to get 2 licenses, one in May and one in July?
No. So if my motion would pass, whenever everyone gets their new licenses on July 1st, the changes that we made will be effective then on the new licenses.
On the new license, okay.
And nothing will be changed on current licenses. It would just be for when you get your new license this upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 87th, Doug Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be clear, we're on the gentleman's amendment to change it from May 1st to July 1st. So if we wish it to take place May 1st, we should vote no on the gentleman's motion?
You should vote no on the primary amendment. The gentleman's correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 16th, Doug Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the delegate 99th yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on this license issue, if you're not a winery, this doesn't affect you, does it?
It doesn't affect any of the state licenses. This whole bill affects what they're allowed to do.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I urge rejection of the amendments. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the primary amendment to strike May 1st and insert July 1st? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the amendment? If not, the question is, shall the roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is not sustained. Is the demand sustained? 1, 2, 3, 4. Demand is not sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. No, so have it. Chair declares the amendment lost. The question now is again on the gentleman's motion that the bill be made effective May 1st, 2024. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 73 ayes, 20 nays, and 7 members absent, 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective May 1st, 2024. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendment with amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 200, Budget Bill.
Gentleman from the 42nd will state the point.
I have a question about who's allowed to have privileges on the House floor. Does staff of the Senate have privileges on the House floor?
Yes, sir, they do.
They do?
They do.
By rule?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Staff of both bodies have privileges on each other's floors. Message has been received on Senate Bill 200. Gentleman from the 96th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment to the Engrossed Committee substitute for Senate Bill 200 represents a compromise between the House's and Senate's position. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendment.
Gentleman moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment on Senate Bill 200. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from, lady from the 49th, Doug Tully.
Mr. Speaker, on the previous bill regarding the West Virginia farm wineries and the effective date, I don't believe my vote recorded. I was in my seat.
Lady was present in her seat.
Yes.
How was lady wish to be recorded?
And I would like to be voted in the affirmative for the May 1st date.
Would like to be recorded in the affirmative on adoption of the motion for the May 1st effective date.
That is correct.
Clerk will please note the lady's preference in the journal. Question now is on the motion again that the House concur in the Senate amendments on Senate Bill 200, the budget bill. Gentleman from the 25th, Doug Hornbuckle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Finance yield, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So can you sort of detail what those differences are that we made a compromise on?
I can, if you give me a moment. The Senate amended represents, as you all know, we sent our House bill over that had the 5% pay raise in it. And the changes that happened were Department of Agriculture. We took it back to the, in the bee research for $77,000. The Department of Administration, current expenses, back to the governor's introduced $61,563. Public Employees Grievance Board went to $146,035. The Office of Technology received directed transfer of $5 million that was added in the governor's adjustment letter. The Department of Tourism, $16 million, was moved to the Section 9 for brand and events and sponsorships. The new total for the tourism is $14 million. Department of Education, mostly unchanged. The school aid formula increased by $75 million, and retirement unfunded liability increased $282,873 million that are some technical changes. Vocational wood products increased by $82,000. Cultural and history obviously got changed back to, or got changed to commission to authority. That was in the budget. The House took a Senate's position, newly structured budget for the health and the health services, human services. And the changes there were, of moving money was $91,031,187. Human services was changes were our total is $845,095,295. The veterans homes was increased from $118,373 to $294,373. The technical colleges, we are using the new formula for the community college and technical schools. And higher education, that adds the funding formula, and the dual enrollment costs went from $4.2 million to $5,810,000. So the introduced budget that the governor had introduced was $5,222,841,436. Our committee substitute had appropriated $4,996,828,751. Our compromise budget for the year 2025 general revenue spending will be $4,996,598,939. So roughly $250,000 or 200, yeah, 200. No, yeah. $250,000. $250,000 less.
Okay. It also looks, so can you explain why that Department of Health, it looks like it was reconfigured in the budget?
Because of the way that in the breakup, there was some changes that got cut back during the initial year, this year, and they found that those cuts were in the wrong places, so they had to move the money back around to take care of it. And it gave, and I believe with the health department, they gave them more latitude than they had in there, than they did last year, I think.
Did any of those line items decrease?
Excuse me?
Did any of those line items decrease?
Yes, they did.
They did.
Yes, sir.
And I also saw where, looks like we zeroed out rural hospitals. Is that accurate?
Is that the one-time, the governor asked for a one-time spend on rural hospitals, and we eliminated the one-time spends that were the base, that he was trying to do as a base budget build.
It also looks like on page 58 that we took from child care development. On my page, sorry. I'm looking in section 80. Sorry about that. In section 80, on line 9, child care
All
development.
right, give me a minute here. Okay, according to staff on those zero items, they got transferred to different items. Again, this is, if you remember last year when we talked about how we were doing the breakup of HHR, we were trying to do the services, and the initial year was trying to break down each of the line items for expenditures. And this year, we're going back now, we're finding out where they actually need to be, and some of the line items are going to be extracted off of the budget, but those items happen to be zero this year and moved to another different item within the same budget. Yes, and we gave secretary language to be able to move the monies around, which last year we had taken out.
So more specifically, though, on line 9 and 10, child care development, that's not zeroed out. It looks like we're appropriating less there. And also in section 114, on line 4, for child advocacy centers, it looks like a decrease.
Okay, those were Senate compromised positions that will be able to give the secretary the opportunity to move those monies around, but the Senate took the position that we had to take some cuts right there. And then also we'll be able to come back, and if we are here in May in session, then we can take an appropriation and restore those as part of our discussions with the Senate.
Yes, sir. And is that the same thing that happened with the TANF program for needy families?
Yes, sir.
So, and I know it's not our position, but the Senate's position was to reduce
yes. As you know,
TANF and child care.
As you know, if there is anything in this building that comes to a compromise, this is the one every year.
I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from 92nd, Doug Height.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Chairman of Finance yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what happened in Human Services, the waiver line items? Waiver line items, Human Services.
Okay. They are now individual lines within the Human Services budget.
at the same levels that they were in the House bill?
Yes, but we had introduced some cuts in those items when we sent the bill over. But again, it gives the Secretary still the latitude to move those around if they so desire. Right?
Pardon me, what was that last part?
It still gives the Secretary the latitude now to move items around or dollars around within those items.
But there were no cuts.
There were cuts to the House position when we sent the bill over.
There was originally an $11 million addition to ADW. Is that still in there?
We were told it was not needed.
Not needed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Speak to the bill.
It's the motion that we concur, but yes, gentleman's recognized to speak on that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we cut out $11 million of the ADW, and we also cut $11 million out of the IDD line item. And we often talk in here about the most vulnerable in our society. Well, I don't know any category more vulnerable than IDD or ADW or TBI. There are a reason that they are on the waiver line items. And they are in crisis right now. They have been in crisis. Human Services has testified several times saying that they're in crisis. You can't get direct care workers in this field anymore. You can't get people to take care of these individuals anymore. We're doing pay raises for certain individuals, and we get that done. But this, we can't get done for some reason. Not only can we not get it done, but we cut it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unacceptable. I don't care if it came from the House or the Senate or the governor, this is unacceptable. I don't know why we listen to these testimonies in committee if we're not going to do anything about it. I would hope and pray that when we come back in May, we fix this and fix it right. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 23rd District, Delegate Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, will you yield for a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Quick question a former delegate has asked me here. Are the, does the budget bill include raises for public defenders?
Excuse me. Yes, it does.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Can I speak to the motion, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
sir.
I'll go ahead and say yes, I guess. All right. I would agree with my friend from the 92nd. We've talked about this before. The legislature commissioned a rate study this past year, and they came back, we need to raise rates. I told you all before, putting $10 million or $11 million into the ADW program potentially saves the state almost $200 million in long-term care costs in nursing homes. These are at-risk individuals. Not only did they take the $11 million out that this body put in, they said, oh, we're going to cut more. It was already in the budget for IDD to have $108 million, and now it's knocked down to $97. I know it's late. I know we want things done. I know this is a budget bill. I know this is how it's going to go. But I'm just tired of this. We keep talking about this. I'm telling you right now, agencies closed last year. You will have less agencies to take care of these populations in the coming year. At some point, something has to be done. We've got to stand up somewhere. I will urge rejection of the motion, but I know that's not going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 80th District, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of Finance yield for a few questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And once again, it's always said, but it bears repeating. Thank you for all the work that you put into this. Can you remind me, if you have said it already, so in total from last year, what are we cutting in Medicaid?
We're moving money to item 9, section 9, but I don't, hold on a second, Lynn, I'll see if we've got a cut.
Human Services. Okay, so this number, hold on. Last year was 918 million. Okay, the gentleman from the 80th. 918. Last year we spent $918,031,087. This year, the amount of spending in the particular line items, and again, we're giving the Secretary the ability to move money, so to take care of some of the things that were talked about previous. She's going to have the ability to move money, but right now there's $845,095,295.
Okay, so roughly 73 million. I appreciate that. And then in the surplus section of the budget, is it the same as it was when we sent it out, or have we added to it? What does that look like?
Are you asking about Medicaid itself or the whole section?
No, I remember last time we had, I think it was 100 million in the governor's contingency fund. I mean, is that there? What do we have in the surplus section now? Is it still just a few items, or has it expanded?
So there's only five items in section 9 now. We sent over 2 items, and the Senate put in the others.
Okay. And are we working off of, if I was to look at it in the system, SFA TAR 139, is that where I should be looking in the system?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen.
As you remember, I'm sorry, as you remember, we're still working with a shortened situation because of the federal situation that we've all heard about. And again, the governor, as far as I know, has not received the letter that he's looking for that problem to be satisfied. So that's why this general revenue surplus section is in the shortened form that it's in.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned with this. I meant what I said when I thanked the chairman, because it's oftentimes a thankless job, and I know he's worked hard. In general, with this budget process, I think something needs to be done to where we aren't getting millions of dollars moved around and we have this dropped on us at 10:55 on the last day of session. Something needs to be done about that. As it pertains to Medicaid, I'm incredibly concerned that we're cutting by $73 million when we get a 4-to-1 match off that. I don't think leaving any money on the table from the federal government is a good idea. And also, I share the concern from the gentleman from Berkeley and the gentleman from Cabell in regards to IDD waivers. Why don't we inject some money in our communities? And it's essentially a jobs program that's going to help take care of our seniors. And so with that, I would move I would urge rejection. Thank you.
Gentleman 98, Token Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes.
So just to expand a little bit on what I think you just said in response to our colleague from Monongalia County, all indications are that perhaps while we're here in May, assuming that the clawback issue gets resolved favorably, which I think we have some reason to anticipate that it will, is it likely that we will actually revisit? I'm not asking you to specify any of these accounts, but is it your expectation that we'll be able to revisit some areas of the budget and perhaps restore some of the reductions that were necessary in order to get this budget passed this evening?
If I have the latitude to be able to recommend to the governor to take a look at some of these items, I would say yes. I think that that we should have the opportunity to do that once we know that the clawback is behind us and that the funds, obviously we'll have another 2.5 months of revenues that we'll have in front of us, that we can be able to take some of these things and adjust them upward. And again, if you remember last year when we did the breakup, we restricted those secretaries in being able to move monies around, which they had had that opportunity for years and years. And you know, and I know, when we got out, for instance, on contract nursing, we were putting in the budget, we were assuming that we were spending $35 to $37 million on contract nursing. We came to find out we were spending almost $100 million on contract nursing, because they had been able to move the monies around, and we had no knowledge of it. So this year we went back and we found that as this process evolves in the breakup, the money situation has to evolve too. So now we're finding line items where we need to put money back in or adjust, so we're giving latitude back to the secretaries in these new line items to be able to shift monies around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge support for the gentleman's motion. I think it's obviously a challenging situation to be in without having absolute clarity as exactly what the clawback situation is going to be that folks are aware of. I've met with representatives of some of the organizations that folks have expressed concerns about this evening, and I certainly share those concerns, but I think the way that the two chairs have crafted this budget, I think it's responsible for where we are right now in the process. Certainly it's my hope that when we return in May, we'll be able to revisit some of these areas, and I do appreciate the fact that we have granted our secretaries additional flexibility so that they can respond in the event that additional dollars are needed before we come back in May. So I'd urge support for the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman on 52nd, Nugget Row.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman would yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
I'm focused on Section 9, which the governor had, I want to say $450 to $60 million in a variety of programs, which we deleted on our side and sent over to the Senate. But the Senate had on its Section 9 had a number of items that are still in this version of the budget. Is that correct?
They have, okay. These.
It's item numbers 437 through 444.
Okay, they in the compromise, we put in the WVU, Marshall, Concord, Shepherd University, New Core Community and Technical College will receive $8,743,033 for inflation adjustment. It's part of the formula that we had worked on for 2 years to put that in the budget. So there was an adjustment made for this first year in those dollars.
Okay, now, about the formula, I do have a question, because I see that West Virginia State...
Also, the pregnancy centers are in here.
Yes, I've tried to make a list. The pregnancy centers are in for $3 million. The medical services, now this was $101 million in our version of the budget we sent to the Senate, and it's been reduced to $18 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, can we make that up later? As it was pointed out, that has a match with the feds that could give us...
I believe so.
Okay. And then the Hope Scholarship is in this portion of the budget. Is it elsewhere in the budget? It's here at $27 million.
Yes, we're doing half of it up front in the budget, and then we put the other approximately $27 million in the back of the budget.
So somewhere around $50 million for the Hope Scholarship this year. Now,
Yes,
will
sir.
next year, with new implementation, are we anticipating $200 million for the Hope Scholarship program?
I don't know that yet.
Okay. Now, I see WVU has an extra $5.1 million. Is that based on the formula?
Yes, sir.
And does the formula include the inflation increase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. West Virginia State had a reduction of $175,000 on item, let's see, it's item 150, I think. And I'm just wondering, is that because the formula worked against them?
Yes, sir. And if you remember right, they set their own standards for that formula in the process, and this is what attributed to that reduction.
But it's my understanding that there are two components, and one is the inflation, the standard. Right. Do you know if West Virginia State got the inflation pickup because that increased?
I do not know.
Okay, because it's my understanding originally the Senate did not have the inflationary increase in their calculations of the formula.
Right, but they offered it as part of the compromise in this bill.
All right. I understand. And then, let's see, I also see that there was $50 million for economic development.
And that's going to the Water Development Authority.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell by looking at that.
Excuse me, the IIJ. All right, those are federal, that's to match the federal dollars coming down on the infrastructure.
Okay, now it looks like the total in Section 9 now is $120 million, whereas when we sent it across, it was $201 million.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the governor's $100 million contingency funds were taken out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the medical services, the $101 million for medical services was reduced down to $18 million.
That is correct. That's what was recommended by the governor when we asked what would it take to get him through the end of June.
Okay. Now, most of the budget appears to be what was originally in the governor's plan that was in our budget, we sent over, and it's come back, except for medical services. And I wasn't able, in the comparison sheet that I've got, to figure it out. Is it pretty much, because there were hundreds of millions of dollars in cuts to DHHR, but then it looks like that there were additions for medical services to the Bureau for Medical Services. And I didn't know if it was just a name change or if we were substantially changing the numbers of appropriations for medical services.
Since the Senate did not take up the MCO tax, we had to account for that. If you remember, we took up the MCO tax, which was a 1-for-3 or 1-for-4 match that federal dollars coming down into the programs, and the Senate did not take that tax up. So the adjustments had to be made based on that.
So how much would that be? Do you know what we had approved? Because this tax was a tax that the hospitals wanted and the managed care folks wanted.
No, this was, the acute care was passed. That would have been the hospitals. This would have
Okay.
been for the other medical services.
The managed care.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but how much money did we approve in our budget for that?
Okay, in our budget, we were down in the, we were over $100 million in the Medicaid. In the compromise, we had to raise that back up because, again, the Senate did not take up the MCO tax. So in the compromise, we're at $203 million plus. With 18 going to the back of the budget. So the cut from last year is $46 million.
Okay, is that something we can make up in May if things turn out well for us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I understand the governor's office has ongoing negotiations as we speak regarding a waiver of that. Was it $465 million?
$465 million is what was given to us.
Does it seem that the Senate may be inclined to add in that second tax, the MCO tax?
Obviously not at this hour.
No, but I mean, I'm sorry, assuming we come into session in May.
We'll have to discuss that in May.
All right. I see that tourism had some cuts in item 42.
Yeah, but we moved it to the back of the budget.
Okay.
If you remember, that's been historically, we've done that, where we've taken some monies and cut them and put some of their monies in Section 9.
Okay, and it looks like it's an even number. That they will reduce from 30 million to 14 million, but in the back it's
Put
an added
16 million in the back.
So now, are there other funds coming to to tourism, lottery, or I don't know, any other?
Traditionally, these are general revenue dollars.
Right.
There's always dollars coming from either lottery or excess lottery towards tourism.
But and I did see that there was a cut in their sponsorships. There's a cut in that.
Yes, sir.
But it may be picked up in the back since it's not specified.
Right.
All right, and I think last year they got 40 million. Tourism.
If you hold on a second, we'll look.
Okay. Well,
Last year in general revenue funds, we were at $7 million, but we had money in the back of the budget last year.
okay, well, I'm just wondering if the lottery proceeds added to that number.
No, again, these are general revenue dollars that we're putting in. Excluded from that is the constant dollars that come from lottery.
Okay, you don't know the amount. Well, I'll point out that on item 57, the Department of Health, it looks like there at least that the chief medical examiner is zeroed out from $10 million. Is that picked up elsewhere?
It's picked up elsewhere because they're readjusting those line items within the Department of Health. But we did appropriate over $5 million primarily for the medical examiner.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I congratulate you on your negotiations because I know it's been difficult.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman of 50th, Douglas Pritt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
What was that?
I move the previous question, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman of 50th has moved the previous question. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the previous question now be put? Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Question is, shall the previous question now be put? Those in favor of ordering the previous question will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 57 ayes, 38 nays, and 5 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. Gentleman from the 96 to close debate on the motion, which is that the House concur in the Senate amendment on Senate Bill 200.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the explanation of the budget. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, let's vote green.
So the gentleman has closed debate on the motion. Gentleman from the 79th is seeking recognition.
Are we on passage?
We are not. We are on the motion to concur. We've ordered previous question only on the motion to concur, not on passage of the bill, which is also debatable. Gentleman from the 25th, Douglas Hornbuckle, seeks recognition.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, state the question.
I'm confused. Did we just move the question on the budget?
No, sir. On the motion to concur, passage is not, the budget is not yet before the body. It will be, assuming if the body adopts the motion, it will be before the body, but it is not yet before the body.
Thank you.
So the question has been ordered. Debate has been closed on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on Senate Bill 200. Those in favor of the motion to concur will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on Senate Bill 200 be adopted? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 83 ayes, 13 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? This is a debatable question. Shall recognize the gentleman of 54th, Douglas Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair yield? Chair of Finance.
Yes, sir.
Answering a question earlier about the public defender services, does that include the raise for the public defenders? Or not just the administration, but for that makes it down to the public defenders?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm being told.
Okay, I don't see it in there. I was told it's not in there, but you're telling me that those raises are in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Speak to the bill real quick.
Yes, gentleman is recognized for that purpose.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. I don't see it, but I really wanted to echo the sentiments of my friend from the 92nd and from Cabell, that we had a recommendation that was made before session because we are in a crisis. We don't have enough personnel to go into the homes and work for people and help people who can't help themselves, and their families need relief. And there's no point in clearing a waiting list if there's no one there to do the work once they're off the waiting list. The recommendation was to give a raise, and we've cut it. What we sent over there was a slight raise. They've gone deeper than that, and they've cut it. Now, I know budgets are about compromise. I know it's late, and we're just trying to get a budget done, but I'm not going to vote to compromise people who have no say in the matter, the people who are in the need of the most help in our society, the most vulnerable portion of our society. I'm not going to compromise them. We don't have to do this right now.
Gentleman of 44th, Douglas Kirby is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this very quick. All this talk about cuts for our most vulnerable, and the stress we've just gone over in the past week over the teacher pay raise that was merely $100 million. In 2024, in just one of the funds for the Department of Economic Development, we went from $22 million in last year's budget to $815 million in this budget. You could make a very modest cut to $815 million and take care of all of the issues that have been raised across this room tonight and still have $500 million left over. Thank you.
Lady in the 56th, Douglas Young is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chair of Finance yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is about, okay, the money in the SERP, this is more of a procedural question about how this is going to work. I keep hearing about coming back in May. Why May? And I know that's not on the budget, but if you would give me just latitude.
Because we will know more about how many dollars we have of unappropriated balance before us. At that point, that we can go back and fill in these holes once we know that the federal situation on the clawback has been taken care of, if the governor so desires to do that.
What do you mean if the governor so decides to do that?
We cannot, the governor would have to call us into special session. He would have to put on the call those items that he would like us to fund. And therefore, that's where the monies would come from at that point.
So once again, we're at the mercy of the governor, and will we be able to amend it at that time?
Yeah, because this budget doesn't go into effect till July 1 of 2024. So in May, we will be able to do an additional spending bill or bills to go along with the original budget for July 1.
Is it possible in May to change something that's in this budget if we wanted to decrease?
No, not in this budget, because it will be law at that point. And what you would have to do then is pass additional spending bills to change those items.
And those can only go up, not down. Is that right?
No, they could be changed also. Every line item if he so desires that that's what he wants to do, he would put that in the call on what we would do. And then we would take it up and either vote it up or down.
Okay. And about the surplus section. So the surplus section is in this budget. This surplus section looks way bigger than the one that we sent over. Is that right? Maybe not dollar amount, but who's getting the money?
There were 4 more items added through the compromise that the Senate wanted to do.
And what are those items? Looks like tourism, pregnancy surplus, Hope Scholarship, and then WVU and Marshall. I think that's it, right? And some schools. And I know those were adjustments on the higher ed.
The tourism part is moving $16 million from the front budget to the back. Human Services, $18 million to the back of the budget. Department of Education Scholarship Program, $27 million, which is the Hope Scholarship. The changes for the inflation adjustment on the school aid formula for the colleges, I know that's what it's not called, but that's what I call it.
Okay, my last question, and this is the procedural one. So in July, this budget goes into effect, and the money that we have left over pays for the surplus. If we come in May, and if the governor decides to fund what we want, and wow, that's gone so well in the past, will that money be supplemented after this budget and the surplus is funded, or how?
Well, you would just have a corresponding bill because, again, this budget does not take effect till July 1. So May is before July.
So the May ones will get funded, those will definitely get funded.
Depending on how many dollars that are available and how much money he would like to spend, he's going to ask you to take these items up, and then you can decide what you want to do on those items. This bill will be law as soon as whatever the procedure is to enroll this bill after tonight, and the governor has so many days to announce or sign it in or whatever he's going to do, but this will become law to take effect July 1.
Okay, thank you so much for yielding. I really appreciate it, and thank you for your work on the budget. I know this isn't hard. Just quickly, I hate this process. I've said this every year that I've been here. This process is not great, and it's not the work of our finance people. They are wonderful. It is how we didn't get this until about 10:30 at night, and then you have to do a compare document, and because the Senate moved an entire department, the department that has the most money, We can't even see the changes. If you know how to even do that in a computer, this process does not work well. No one is getting what they want here, except the Senate. We aren't at all. So I'm a no on this budget. And there's less money for child care in this budget. So I'm still a no.
Gentleman to 79th Delegate Hansen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Finance Chair yields.
Yes, sir.
I had a question about the process related to the special session. Is it possible for us to call ourselves into special session for this purpose, or do we have to wait for the governor to do that?
Yeah, it takes a super majority on both sides.
Okay, but it is possible for the purpose of a budget.
I assume so.
Okay. And then I have a specific question related to a change in the budget. In the version that we sent over there, in Section 9, in the surplus section, there was $100 million in the governor's office civil contingency fund, in what I'm looking at, and half of that, $50 million, was a directed transfer, which I believe there was language to specifically direct that transfer to the West Virginia Flood Resiliency Trust Fund. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. Is that in the current budget that we're voting on now? Because I didn't see it.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know why, other than that's what the Senate?
Again, comes back to the clawback. We had to make sure that the funds that are here for this Section 9 is for the budget to be able to get through till the end of June on these items. And those items can be taken up again in May if the governor so desires.
And would there have been any harm in keeping it in Section 9? Because that would only have been funded if we had a surplus, right?
The only harm was if we got a negative situation with the clawback and we were looking for $465 million.
The West Virginia Flood Resiliency Trust Fund, do you know how much money is in that trust fund now?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Okay, thank you for yielding. To speak to the bill, this West Virginia Flood Resiliency Trust Fund, in my understanding, is an important trust fund, but has $0 in it. It's not been funded yet. And the purpose of this trust fund is to help address some of the vulnerabilities that West Virginia communities, our homes, and our businesses have to the increased amount of flooding that has been occurring across West Virginia. There have been studies about the vulnerability of different states to flooding, and West Virginia is either the most vulnerable or one of the very most vulnerable states to flooding. And that will be even more of an issue as this climate variability, climate change continues over the coming years and decades. So I was happy to see that there was a directed transfer in the budget that we sent over to the Senate, even if it was in the surplus section. I'm unhappy to see that it has been removed. I think we need to get some money into that Flood Resiliency Trust Fund sooner rather than later. $50 million seems like a lot of money, but these are investments in making our infrastructure more resilient, our roads and bridges, public buildings, things like that. And money spent on the front end to make this infrastructure more resilient is money that the state will ultimately save when floods occur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman to 52nd Delegate Rose recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman again rise? Now,
yes, sir.
I think one of the factors, I've asked people to try to calculate the trigger on the personal income tax that comes in August, and people who are very smart and do these kind of calculations have said, and I think two different folks have said they can't calculate it because they don't know how big an impact the tax cut will be on this year's tax returns. Do you think in May that we'll have a good idea of what those amounts are so that we may be able to calculate the trigger?
No, still won't know until the end of June, or actually in the official, what they call the 13th month, so they can get their expenses straightened out and make sure that their final incomes are there. So it will still be sometime in July that we'll know where the number is, and then the tax department has till the middle of August to make that announcement for the cut that will take place January 1 of 2025.
Okay, now, I got a calculation, and I hope it's correct, of $230 million if the full trigger kicks in at 10%, raising the percentage from 21.5% to 31.5%. Do you know have you seen figures in
No,
those ranges?
no, sir, I have not.
Okay, and that would be one trigger. If the second trigger came in, it would be another $230 million. And I was wondering, we have the Social Security tax cut calculated into this budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As far on the revenue side.
Right. Now, what about the short line railroad tax credit that we sent across?
I do not believe, I haven't seen it.
Okay. And the Social Security income tax cut should be about $37 million?
No, sir. If you remember, we stair-stepped that rather than taking the whole amount, the $37 million and the whole amount. And based on the revenue office, they estimate that the first year will be somewhere between $4 to $6 million to revenue. The second year will be $6 to $8 million, and then the full $37 million the third year.
Okay, now how is that stepped in? Because we in Finance Committee did not
If you go
step
back
in.
to the original cut that we did in Social Security back in 19, we used the same language and just changed the numbers to go up.
Now, does it have the cliff that we had before where if you made $1 over $50,000, you didn't get any of the tax cut?
It just exactly like last time.
Okay, so those numbers are high. Now, the personal property tax refunds are anticipated to be about $200 million cut.
And that was calculated in the governor's budget, which is what we used for our base of our budget.
Yeah. And then the Hope Scholarship, which will kick in not in full for this budget year, but the next budget year, it should be in full go, right?
For this budget year, we put in what was in the original budget, and we supplemented that with a one-time of $27,321,000.
So around $50 million this time for
Yes, sir.
Hope, but it'll be about $200 million next time, I'm told.
I haven't been told that, but we'll have to wait and see what the budget does next year.
Well, the calculation I did with the full Social Security at $37 million, I came up with $1.5 billion in tax cuts in general revenue, and if that's the case, that would be about 28% of general revenue. Are those numbers ballpark, do you think?
I won't disagree with you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
At this late stage.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman to 16th, Echo Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call the previous question.
Gentleman to 16th has demanded the previous question be ordered on the bill. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question now is, shall the previous question be put? Those in favor of putting the previous question on the bill will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 73 ayes, 25 nays, 2 members absent. The majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 200, Budget Bill.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill take effect from passage.
Question on the gentleman's motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 88 ayes, 11 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective for passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman from 96.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to go to consideration of Senate Bill 461.
Gentleman asked unanimous consent to move to consideration of Senate Bill 461. Are there objections to that? No objections are heard. Clerk will please report Senate Bill 461 on third reading.
Senate Bill 461 relating to county economic opportunity development districts.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there amendments?
The Committee on Economic Development and Tourism moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman from the 12th.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the committee amendment.
Gentleman asked unanimous consent to withdraw the committee amendment. Gentleman from 99, Taylor Clark.
Yes, the Committee on Economic Development concurs with withdrawing the amendment.
So are there objections to withdrawing the committee amendment? No objections are heard. The committee amendment is withdrawn. Are there other amendments to the bill? If not, clerk will read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 461 relating to county economic opportunity development districts.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman from the 12th to explain the bill.
Jordan, you got it?
Gentleman from the 41st to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is very simple. It extends the Highlands District in Wheeling by 10 years. It extends the Highlands District by 10 years, and it adds a few parcels to the Mercer County Stiff District. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of yes. Gentleman from the 42nd, Douglas Steele, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know who to ask to yield. Would it be the gentleman from the 41st?
Gladly.
So does this bill with the Senate amendment,
There is no Senate amendment.
There is no Senate amendment?
No.
So does this Senate bill deal with Mason County?
No.
It doesn't deal with Mason County at all?
No. The current iteration of the bill does not deal with Mason County.
Okay. So what areas are included in it?
It's Mercer County and the Wheeling, Ohio County.
And that, okay. Because I thought there was another bill that was dealing with.
There was, and it didn't make it out of finance.
It didn't make it out of
Correct.
finance. Okay, would the finance chairman yield?
Surely.
Okay, so this bill doesn't deal with anything to do with Mason County?
It did originally. There was a committee amendment from Economic Development that put Mason County in, and we asked for it to be the committee amendment to be taken off.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 81 ayes, 17 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 461 relating to county economic opportunity
Are
development
there title
districts.
amendments? If not, are there title amendments?
Delegate Howe moves to amend the title.
Gentleman 87.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the title amendment.
Question now is on the gentleman's motion to request to withdraw the title amendment. Are there objections? No objections are heard. That title amendment is withdrawn. Are there other title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further Senate messages at this time.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4951 to facilitate the interstate practice of school psychology in educational or school settings.
Message to be received. Gentleman from 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proposed amendment makes technical corrections to the code but preserves all the language of the compact. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
Question on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4951 to facilitate the interstate practice of school psychology in educational or school settings.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 5252 requiring certain minimum experience for the director or coordinator of services class title involving school transportation.
Message will be received. Gentleman from 85th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment replaced the requirements as introduced with the requirement that after July 1st, 2024, all persons employed for the first time in a position with the director or coordinator of the services class title as director, assistant director, or coordinator of transportation must possess a CDL within 1 year of employment, but would exempt from the requirement persons who were multi-classified, hold multiple job titles, or provide documentation from a physician that they have medical diagnosis that renders them physically unqualified to obtain a CDL. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
Question on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on the bill. Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine. Gentleman, the 22nd, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 72 ayes, 26 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 5252 requiring certain minimum experience for the director or coordinator of services class title involving
read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has amended the House amendments to the Senate amendments and passed committee substitute for House Bill 5223 to create the Southern Coalfield Resiliency and Revitalization Program.
Message to be received. Gentleman, the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurred in part and receded in part. The Senate concurred to the extra provisions addressing physical concerns. The Senate receded from the House Amendments classification. Regional Planning and Development Council member as a contributing partner and placed the member back on the Revitalization Council. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House recede in part. Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment removed all state participation on the council and rewrote the section of code in such a way it could cause a financial burden on county commissions. The changes defeat the purpose of the bill. The proposed amendment restores committee substitute for House Bill 5223 so that it matches the language and passed by the House with a few key exceptions. First, the proposed amendment provides the Departments of Economic Development, Health, Human Services, and Agriculture, well as the West Virginia Housing Development Fund, may not create any new positions or hiring additional employees to implement the provisions of the article. Second, the proposed amendment provides that council members may not be compensated for their services. Third, the proposed amendment removes a representative from the Regional Planning and Development Council and Revitalization Council and names an individual contributing partner instead. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and with further amendment.
Questions now on the gentleman's motion. This does constitute yet another rules suspension to which a two-thirds vote would be necessary. Are there objections to permitting what's tantamount to a tertiary amendment? No objections are heard. Therefore, the question now is on the gentleman's motion that the House recede in part from its position. We'll return to further consideration of that message in a moment. Clerk will please report the next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and title amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 631 prohibiting municipalities from disconnecting water service for non-payment of stormwater fees.
Message to be received. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment expanded the prohibition of disconnecting water service for non-payment of stormwater fees without notice to all providers of stormwater fees. The Senate adopted notice requirements set by the House for municipal service providers. The Senate amendment maintains the purpose of the bill and expands protection for West Virginians. The Senate amendment to the title reflect their amendments. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question is on the motion that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment on the bill. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 93 ayes, 3 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 631, prohibiting municipalities from disconnecting water service for non-payment of stormwater fees.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 5338, relating to safe harbor for cybersecurity programs.
Message will be received. Gentleman from 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment adds more components and options to cybersecurity programs from businesses must develop to enhance the protection of personal information and other data required to be protected, and essentially is consistent with the House purpose in passing the bill. Therefore, I move to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question is on the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment. Question is on that, for what purpose does the gentleman in the 22nd seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, do I need to withdraw my amendment?
After consulting with the clerk, we've concluded that the gentleman does not.
That was the purpose. Thank you.
The question now is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on the bill. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 82 ayes, 15 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5338 relating to safe harbor for cybersecurity programs.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman on the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective January 1st, 2025.
The question is on the motion that the bill take effect January 1st, 2025. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We have 91 ayes, 6 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of the members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective January 1st, 2025. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purpose does Room 13 take a Heckert recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hit the button and it didn't register.
On the last vote taken?
Yes, sir.
How will the gentleman wish to be recorded?
Green.
Clerk will please note the gentleman's vote preference in the journal. Next in the message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 5262 relating generally to Teachers' Bill of Rights.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment takes out provisions that were adopted in other bills before this body in the Senate to avoid code conflict. The original intent of this bill was preserved. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
Questions on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 5262. Is there debate on that motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5262 relating generally to Teachers' Bill of Rights.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 5668 creating the responsible gaming. Committee substitute for House Bill 5668 creating the Responsible Gaming and Research Act.
Message to be received. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment renames the bill, cleans up provisions on who shall provide data and how such data shall be provided, and requires data to be anonymized prior to submission instead of subsequently. Most importantly, it deletes the House language, and this data shall be used to address the problem of gamblers and gambling addiction in West Virginia, and replaces the language that it be used in aid in studying innovation and gaming techniques and gaming operations resulting in West Virginia University's research authorized under this section. Curriculum developed to educate future leaders in the state's gaming and racing industries, and in policy proposals developed by West Virginia Lottery from the research authorized under this section. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in Senate amendment and title amendment.
Questions on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on the bill. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 68 ayes, 30 nays, 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5668 creating the Responsible Gaming and Research Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments with amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for Senate Bill 679 regulating certain plant-based derivatives, hemp-derived cannabinoid products, and kratom.
Message to be received. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate restores the ABCA Commissioner as a partner in the Commissioner of Agriculture's efforts to regulate hemp-derived cannabinoid products and kratom products, clarifies the terms of the partnership, removes the limitation of the use of funds to the cost of enforcement, and requires a report to the legislature on enforcement rules. The House purpose in passing this bill is preserved. Therefore, I move to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
Question on the motion of the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on the bill. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 52nd, Doggett Row.
Question, if I may inquire, is the Is the money that's raised in this program, I think there's money raised, does it go to ag, or does it? Or is
It's
it
split. Split.
Split between which groups?
Agriculture and ABCA.
Okay. And ABCA is back in the bill, because I think we removed them from the bill.
Yes,
But now
that is
they're
correct.
back in.
That is correct.
Where they really didn't perform, apparently, but from the testimony that we had in our hearing.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
Thank
back
you,
in the
sir.
bill.
Thank you.
Question again is on the motion. Those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 57 ayes, 39 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 679, regulating certain plant-based derivatives, hemp-derived cannabinoid products, and kratom.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Question now is on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 71 ayes, 26 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 5162, establish a program to promote creation and expansion of registered apprenticeship programs.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment makes the following substantive changes. It requires State Board, Higher Education Policy Commission, and the Department of Commerce to maintain a list of current apprenticeships throughout the state, and sets forth projections and exemptions for apprenticeships involving machinery, roofing operations, and other exemptions permitted by DOE. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with Senate amendment and title amendment.
Question now is on the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on the bill. Lady from the 56, Doggett Young.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield for just a quick question?
Yes.
Can kids still do an apprenticeship in a coal mine under this bill? The House version they could. Can they in the Senate version? Or on a roof, or in any other dangerous chapter in 21.6? It's not about coal, guys.
Nothing dangerous is allowed in there.
At all, or for a certain period of time, or?
It just says there's protections.
What are the protections?
Protections and exemptions for apprenticeships involving machinery, roofing operations, and other exemptions permitted by the DOE.
So can kids do those jobs at all under this version of this bill? I'm looking for the amendment, so. It looks like there might be an exemption for roofing, so they can't do any of the dangerous ones, but they can do roofing?
This says that everything is in compliance with U.S. labor provisions.
I'm sorry, I generally, what?
House will be in order.
Says that everything is in compliance with U.S. labor, child labor program.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is there other debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 1 nay, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5162, establish a program to promote creation and expansion of registered apprenticeship programs.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Clerk will please report the next Senate message.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has amended and adopted House Joint Resolution 21, amending the Constitution to prohibit persons not United States citizens from voting in any election held within this state.
The message will be received. Gentleman with 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment adds the words "or she" to make clear the amendment applies to non-citizens of both sexes. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendment.
Question now is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment on HJR 21. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman of 53rd, Doggett Pritt.
Move the previous question.
No members are seeking recognition. Is there debate on the motion? Lady in the 56, Doggett Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask a couple questions about what it does?
And we're going to. Yeah, the gentleman from the 53rd was recognized to move the previous question. The chair said no members were seeking recognition, but since members are, the chair will permit the gentleman to move the previous question.
Move the previous question.
Question is demanded on the resolution. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the previous question on the resolution now be put? Those in favor of adoption of the previous question will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 88 ayes, 10 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman of 54th Doggett Pushkin seek recognition?
Debate on the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is now recognized for that purpose.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield? Yeah, thank you. So it's already currently state law that you'd have to be a U.S. citizen to vote in West Virginia, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is going to put it on the ballot. Is that in the primary or in the general election?
Whichever election is designated.
Excuse me?
Whichever is designated.
Okay, well, it's not designated in the resolution?
I don't have the resolution in front of me. I'm sorry.
You don't have the resolution in front of you that we're getting ready to vote on?
It's in the system. You don't have
Okay. Well, that would be helpful to know what we're voting on.
You can unyield at any time. No, but he has the floor. Yeah, so he can, because he has the floor, he can move the previous question.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
I have the floor.
The gentleman from the 54th is correct. The gentleman does have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you still yielding?
I no longer yield.
Okay. I just don't think it's necessary to change the Constitution for something that's already in state code and something that isn't taking place. I mean, it's hard enough to get citizens to vote in this state sometime. We have some of the lowest voter participation rates in the country, yet we want to try to attract people to vote by putting something on the ballot that says that people who aren't already voting shouldn't vote. So I just don't understand why we'd be putting this on the, what's that? Why we'd be putting this on the ballot to begin with, because it's not happening. So it would be nice to have seen the resolution in front of us to know if we were talking about the May primary, if we were trying to bring people out to vote in the May primary. I know there's some tough primaries this year, or if this was going to be on the November ballot to allow people to preclude people from voting in this state who are already prohibited by law to vote in the state of West Virginia. You know, voting rights are something we should take very seriously, and especially when we're talking about constitutional amendments. And so I would urge a no vote on the resolution because it's just unnecessary. They're not voting now, can't vote now by law. But I would encourage all citizens to vote. Think about who you're voting for before you cast that ballot. I would think long and hard about who you vote for in that next election. So, especially when we're putting unnecessary amendments up before the voters on the ballot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This time, the chair will recognize the gentleman 96, Douglas Householder.
Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn sine die.
Gentleman from the 96th moves that the House of Delegates adjourn the 2024 regular session of the legislature sine die. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The 2024 regular session of the West Virginia House of Delegates is adjourned sine die. Ladies and gentlemen, visitors and guests, thank you very much for your collegiality and cooperation this session. Thank you for your patience today. We did, however, have 3 colleagues who will be no longer with us in the upcoming session of the legislature who were not afforded their opportunity to speak today. So out of courtesy, the chair would ask those members and guests who are willing to please remain seated while we offer our 3 departing colleagues the opportunity to which they are entitled. Chair recognizes the gentleman of 51st, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just yield my time to recognizing the staff that has been so helpful and so wonderful for the Committee on the Judiciary. We have Ann Landgrebe, if she would stand, our Chief Administrative Assistant. This is her first year in this role. She had big shoes to fill, but I tell you, she did it superbly. She always had the desire to do things right, to get things done efficiently, work long hours, and was very accurate. And Ann, you've just done a swell job, and I appreciate you. Julie Evans, who went on home this evening, but she's probably the longest per diem employee we have here in the legislature. She's been here for years, and but she did just a wonderful job. Mark White, our clerk, I hope he's watching from home. He's just a fabulous fella, and he's a walking rule book. If you needed any answers to any of the rules, you could just ask him, and he could tell you. And also, we have Joe McMinn, our per diem counsel, who did a great job, and we appreciate her. If you've never seen such an attorney with a positive attitude like her, she's just great. Brian Casto, he's just a staple around here. Where'd Brian go? There he is back there. This guy's he's a history buff. He ran more bills in judiciary than any other attorney, plus he was doing T&I. So he's just a great fella to have around, and I appreciate you, Brian. DJ Morgan, this guy he's just a wonderful attorney, loyal, extremely competent, never lacking, very articulate. He knew when to offer advice, and he did a good job at it, always respectful, researched information like you wouldn't believe. These guys can just pull needles out of a haystack. And last but not least, our Chief Judiciary Counsel, Will Valentino. Where's Will? Here he is. Stand up, Will. Stand up. Be recognized. I mean, this guy's a genius. He can recall bill numbers, absolutely. He can recall a bill number just off the top of his head. He was a great liaison between the judiciary, the Speaker's office, and the Senate. He knew also when to offer advice, very loyal, did just a great job. And my vice chairman here, David Kelly, just wonderful vice chairman. And I appreciate him immensely and his spiritual insight and wonderful attitude. Just briefly, it's kind of funny, when I first got elected to this House, they asked what committees you would want to be on. And I said, well, I'd like to be on Judiciary, Finance, and Education. And that's exactly what the Speaker said, Tim Armstead did. He chuckled when I heard that. And then he asked what seat I wanted, and I studied the chart and everything, and I said I wanted this seat right here. And I had no idea that there was a pecking order here. And so I ended up back there somewhere, but yeah, I can go back, yeah. But this last 10 years have been pretty awesome. We have accomplished a lot of great things in the last 10 years. We've done a lot of heavy lifting, and my wife and I call this the golden years. And so I will miss this place. I will miss all of you very much. But all I can say now, remember something. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. Remember that. When you're looking for a compass, remember that. The law of the Lord is perfect. Other than that, I say to my wife who's up in the gallery, baby, I'm coming home.
Gentleman from the 98th, Douglas Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few days, several members have asked whether I plan to address the House tonight, and I began to wonder how I could possibly sum up 12 years as a member of this body in a short few minutes. And as I considered what to say, the word that kept coming to my mind was thankful. I can still remember my first visits to the state capitol, first back in 1976 as a Knight of the Golden Horseshoe, and then a few years later as a participant in the Youth in Government program, where I had the opportunity to sit in one of these very seats as a youth legislator, an experience that first sparked my interest in state government. Fast forward to 2013, when I returned to this place as a delegate from the 66th district, now the 98th district, an honor for which I will ever be thankful. And as I approached the Capitol each morning over the last 12 years, there wasn't a day that I didn't look up at the Golden Dome and just really gave thanks for the honor to serve here. As I think back on my time here at the House, there's so much to be thankful for. As my friend from the 16th also noted, I believe I'm one of the few members of the House, relatively few members of the House, that actually served in the minority. And believe it or not, I actually appreciated the opportunity to serve in the minority. Glad that I'm not back there, but still I appreciated it, because it certainly gave me a perspective of what it's like to serve in the minority. And while I'd never claimed to be as proficient as the gentleman from the 5th in grenade throwing, I certainly threw my share of grenades back in the day. If you don't believe me, just ask House Education Chair Mary Poling, who had to put up with me in committee and here on the floor. After surviving those 2 years in purgatory, I was fortunate to be part of our first Republican majority in 83 years and enjoying, at least from our perspective, enacting a long list of conservative priorities. In 2016, I was honored to be named House Education Chair by then Speaker Tim Armstead, and was fortunate to work with an extremely capable staff. I know that Chairman Ellington will fully understand why I called Melinda Swagger Radar after the MASH television show character, because she always seemed to know exactly what I needed before I even realized that I needed it. Policy analyst Dave Moore, certainly really appreciated working with him. He knew more about West Virginia Education Code than I think just about anyone. And more recently, Chief Counsel Melissa White, who joined the House Education staff during my tenure as chairman. I'm also extremely thankful for my 4 years as House Majority Whip as part of the Speaker's leadership team, where I could work to build consensus while continuing to advocate for student-centered education and working to control government spending as a member of the House Finance Committee. And now as Speaker Pro Tem, I'm thankful for the opportunity to preside over the House when the Speaker is unavailable and dealing with the finer points of parliamentary procedure more than I should probably admit. A special thanks to Jeff Billings, Clerk Harrison, and his team for their guidance when I've been pinch hitting for the Speaker for keeping me on track. Tonight, I want to thank my family, Team Espinoza, for all their support over the years. Certainly want to thank all of you. It's been a pleasure serving with you. to thank these guys here, the three musketeers here. We've really enjoyed serving together. My good friend Amy Summers. We were joined at the hip for 4 years, I believe, down here. Last November, I had the opportunity to visit Mexico, my father's birthplace. And while I was there, I actually saw some family members for the first time in 45 years. And as I was preparing to, wish them goodbye, they responded to me with a common Spanish phrase, hasta luego, which means see you later. Hasta luego, my friends.
Gentleman from the 96th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, you know they always say the two hardest things to say in life is hello for the first time and goodbye for the last time. You know, I love this great state, and I love the opportunity, the tremendous opportunity that I've had to work with each and every one of you. I love you to the bottom of my heart. And thank you for the last 14 years for all the respect that you have given me, and look, when I leave here every night, I have no ill will for anyone. It's been a great ride, and something that I started back in May of 2009 when I entered this journey of deciding to run for the House of Delegates. When we got elected, we started popping up these little flags, and I'll never forget, I got called to the Speaker's office the first time. And they took a little offense to it. They said, hey, you got to take these Tea Party flags down. And I said at the time, Mr. Speaker, this is a Gaston flag, a historical flag of the United States. And I wasn't going to remove it. I was going to keep it on my desk. But I think now is the time for me to tell you guys that Tea Party is checking out. And I love you all, and stay in touch with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, as we all understand and appreciate every day, the body does not run on its own. It runs because we have a legion of permanent and per diem staff who help us every single day, all day long, prepare for what we do here on the floor each day and what we do in the committee rooms and the working bodies of our House. So it's our pleasure at this time to recognize the hard work of the men and women who staff the House of Delegates for our 2024 regular session. Gentleman, the 12th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been my opportunity and my pleasure to have served in the House Finance Committee for the last 6 years. 4 years under my friend from Berkeley County, and the last 2 years as your chairman. And as a lot of you have said, and I appreciate the thanks, but what happens is it's the staff that really does the hard work. And I know that there was some criticism tonight about the budget, but let me tell you, it's those guys that help put it together. And just so you know, that as I introduce these people, and a lot of them that you've heard their names before, in that staff, in that finance office today, there is 138 years of total service to this body. That's a lot. That's a lot of institutional knowledge that helps us do our job. So that's very important. But with Mark McCohen, Alice Chekmakian, Priscilla Coleman, Kristen King, Stella Dunn, Sarah Jones, Ian Smith, and Richard Adams, I want to give a big thank you because this job could not be done without your help. And please give them a standing applause.
Another of our colleagues, friends, was not afforded his opportunity today. So at this time, Chair recognizes the gentleman of the 52nd District, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, I've had 18 budgets and 18 Saturday nights, the 60th day. I've had many years of very good service. I've been treated with respect and dignity and kindness in this chamber, and I really appreciate all of you folks. Everybody's been kind to me, and I just don't know what to say. I do need to acknowledge that and Mr. Espinoza was talking about being in the minority. Being in the minority does have a benefit. You get to know and love the people who are with you, and this is just a great group of people in the minority, and they've been so good and helpful to me, and I've really had a good time working with them. And in terms of thank yous, I've got to thank my wife, who's just a wonderful person, who really, we've had some jokes about maybe we should make medals, score some medals for wives for what they have to put up with us sometimes. But my wife is a wonderful person. She's dedicated, she's a CPA, but she dedicated her life and career to raising our children. They're two wonderful adults. We're just so blessed. And I really grew up with white privilege, really, as we hear people talk about that. And it wasn't money, it was the love and caring that we had. But my grandmother, Emily Davis Rowe, gave me the self-confidence that every child needs in life. When I saw myself in her eyes, I was reflected as perfect. I was a perfect person. Even when I wasn't perfect, I was a perfect person. And every child needs that. And I got that from my grandmother. She's the one who wanted me to be interested in studying West Virginia history. She loved the state. She loved everything about this wonderful state. And she encouraged me to get a golden horseshoe, to study on that. And she would be very happy to know, she's not living, but she'd be very happy to know I've written one book about the history of the Kanawha Valley, and I'm working on book 2 in the series. It'll start with Booker T. Washington's walking 200 miles, probably barefoot, to come to Malden and to freedom and to a new life. I'm privileged to live in Malden, where he lived, and I guess I can say this. It's my understanding West Virginia State had a grant that we wrote for restoration of the 2 Civil War houses that are in Malden, and Booker T. Washington's church, where he was the church secretary and a member for his entire life. And we've got funds in the federal earmark funds in the budget that just was passed by the Senate this week. So I've got a lot to look forward to and to do. But being here and being in this building was a journey that started when I was in the 5th grade. And I studied and I memorized the number of crystals in the chandeliers. I did. And there were the marble steps. And one of the great privileges of being in this building is being able to walk on these marble steps and to be in this beauty. I mean, there are countries in the world that don't have the beauty of this building. And it means so much because I agree with folks who've spoken before about that this is 100 good people who want to do the right thing for West Virginia. And I've seen that. Now, we disagree in a number of times, but I've always been treated with respect, and my opinions have been honored, if not accepted. And I just want to say to you all, thank you. Thank you for a great journey. Thank you for enhancing my life, giving me the honor to be here and to be with you. And I just, I like maybe it's sayonara for me, but I think it's goodbye. And thank you for everything.
Lady from the 73rd, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the members or the staff and my co-chair or vice chair of health. Gosh, I need to go to bed. My God, getting tired. But Martha White was our legislative assistant. Charlie Roskovinsky, we all know Charlie, our counsel. Robert Altman joined us this year and did a fantastic job. John Marks joined us, and Leif Olson was our new attorney that we even got to watch his swearing in. It was really exciting. And thank you to Heather for supporting me as the chair. We had a wonderful year, a great committee, and we owe it to all these people who carried us through. So thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 96th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the leadership team, we have a per diem, if you want to stand up. His name's Tim Justice. We call him Slim Jim, but he's the best ever that we've ever had. Of course, we say that about every one of them, but good job. He did a great job this year.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 68th, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this legislature comes to a close, I don't think I have to tell anybody in this room exactly how gargantuan a job it is keeping the vice chair and myself on track around here. But we have been blessed by these incredible folks. Denise doesn't need any introduction, I don't think. Everybody in the building knows her. She's always there to help everybody out. She's responsible for many of the pounds that we all put on by keeping everything scheduled in the committee room and food coming in, and she fields the handful of calls when we do something right and the hundreds of calls when we're doing something wrong. And she's just an incredible blessing. We had a new attorney this year who wasn't even a member of the bar when he joined us. He got to go upstairs and swear in, and Chase Webb has done an incredible job. I was really pleasantly surprised the first time he presented a bill, and he has really stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park for us. And beside me, we have Josh Wiseman, who everybody here knows is the coolest cat in the building, absolutely unflappable, who has worried himself to death and stayed up countless nights, but has put in an incredible amount of work making sure that everything came out of there was as perfect as he could possibly make it, and we would have been really lost without him. And last but not least, in GovOrg, the indispensable man, Jared Page, who everybody from this entire building goes to all the time for everything they need, and he knows everyone, knows everything, and always takes time to solve everybody else's problems despite having 12 of his own on his plate. And I cannot tell you enough how lost I would be without Jared here, and I greatly appreciate it. Everybody, please give our staff a well-deserved round of applause.
Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my committee. We had some very dedicated, hardworking people trying to do the best for our state and our citizens, so I think we had a great group, a lot of good discussions. My vice chairs, definitely helpful. They've tried to keep me in line. They work well together. I don't think they did keep me in line, but they tried. But of course, behind the scenes, we have the staff that does a great job, especially after some of the adversity we experienced at the beginning of this session. Our clerk, analyst, Frank Del Giudice. We have our other analyst, Morgan Miller. We have our counsel, Ms. Dolores Martin, stepped in very well. Melissa White, very helpful in getting back in shape with us, trying to work real hard and keep us in line. Of course, Aaron Kidd, great job. Everyone helped. All these guys work great together. And of course, the one that always says I don't listen to her, Miss Melinda Swagger, doing a great job keeping all of us in line and getting everything going. And these guys are the ones that make us look great. So appreciate all their hard work, and on behalf of my committee, we really appreciate your dedication.
Gentleman from the 22nd, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Technology and Infrastructure is incredibly blessed to have some incredible people that make things happen for us, and sometimes at a moment's notice. We've got two brand new members of staff this year. Our newest analyst here in the House, Dana Spade, has done a terrific job. He's been a great hire, and he's in his first session has done an absolutely incredible job. We also have our per diem, William Revercombe, who's done an incredible job for us, and he's kept us in line. I'll tell you, he's the first member of staff that I've had that's taller than me, and is probably the best gatekeeper of anybody in the entire House. And the final member of our staff for T&I needs absolutely no introduction, Mr. Brian Casto, who runs more bills in this body than I think any attorney that we have, and he does them all incredibly well. And on behalf of the committee, on behalf of the Vice Chairman, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you.
Gentleman from the 87th, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my Vice Chair, Wayne Clark, I'd like to thank Max Wilkinson for all he's done. He's our attorney, our two per diems. We've got Jared Christ and Ashley McGraw. They've done great. But I also want to remember that we had Marlene Vance that retired right before session. She helped us get ready. But we've had a great team, and I want to thank them very much. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 25th, Douglas Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an okay ride. Y'all made it sort of tough on us this year, but we have some amazing staff. And first, I would like to start with Ms. Kendall Baker. Ms. Kendall, she came up here this year as per diem, and as we all know, it's a lot. It's like drinking from a water hose up here. But she was able to step up to the plate every single day and really help us out, and we appreciate you, Kendall. And next, we have our counsel, Joe Altizer. Always there, working on a lot of amendments, making sure they get in, but just being a part of the process, whether it's on the floor, whether it's in committee, we need that. And not just us, I think you also help a lot of other people, because the goal is to get a good product. And you have everybody's, intentions and good hearts priority to you, and we really appreciate you, and just so happy that you're here. So we appreciate you. And last but not least, some call her a policy analyst, but I call her the chief of staff. She's here first, she leaves last, she juggles a baby, she juggles 11 crazy members, breaks down our bills, does it all. And I can unequivocally say if we did not have you, we would be nothing. We appreciate you more than anything. Thank you, Jennifer.
Shouldn't a gentleman have asked for a Rule 49 because he's going to be Speaker in 2030?
House is not in session at this time. That rule was not applicable. Gentleman of the 10th, Douglas Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to introduce the two very valuable people that make Vice Chairman Tesno and I look as good as anyone can make us look, and that is the attorney for my committee, Robert Akers, who's not only an attorney but an engineer, so he can give me the technical advice I need on some of the things that I don't understand technically, and the person that keeps me straight and tells me where to go all the time because she builds me a schedule so I don't get lost around this place, Marty Humphrey. And I very much appreciate their work and dedication to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 51st, Douglas Fast.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I failed to mention our wonderful copy clerk, Jarrett Plumley. who made the copies for all 153 bills we passed out of judiciary this year. Excellent job.
Gentleman from the 61st, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize a group of folks that definitely do not go unrecognized here. And I know especially myself, I live fairly close to here and I'm in and out of here all the time. So it's not just while I'm in session, but in and out when we're in interims and in between. One group that I know I'm very needy when it comes to this is tech support. These guys do an awesome job. They keep us running efficiently. I know I goof things up quite frequently and I have to call them. And so I'd like to recognize Mike Hall, Sammy Rowe, Brian Downey, Carlos Sherrill, and Ryan Browning. If they would stand, give them a round of applause. Another group that I know I utilize these folks with my flood committee. I've always depended on them when I need something. Like I said, and I'm in and out of here all the time. A group that I just couldn't do without them. This would be our subject matter committees. I'd like to recognize Anita Valentino, Daniel Osborne, Marlene Elliott, Robert Holland, Kiva Hamilton, and Debbie Fields, if they would stand. They're in here. And one more group, and definitely last but not least, with all the change going on around here and all the construction and trying to find everything when I'd come back in, and these folks were on the spot, found it, located it, moved my stuff. They just do a phenomenal job, and I think we can all be thankful for them. It's our facilities and supply staff, Omar Cunningham and Madison Hanshaw. If they would stand, if they're in here, and give them a hand.
Lady from the 71st, Dr. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce or recognize people that actually really help to keep us safe, and they are gatekeepers, the doorkeepers, and our Sergeant at Arms, who is here, Marshall Clay. If we'd all give him some recognition. And all of the doorkeepers, I think they've all gone home. They're usually here before we get here, and they stay later than we do, but except for tonight. So Robert Stewart, the assistant doorkeepers, Carlo Zorid, Charles Schnell, James Watson, Marianne Long, James Fields, James Kinslow, David Jett, and Ed Hart. And let's just, wherever they are, let's just give them a big shout out for being cheerful and happy and here for us. And then they're still here, and they're a team, and they're part of our team, and they help to organize the young people that come here and bring us tea or coffee and can help in any way. And that would be our head page, Kay Lincoln Hoger, and assistant page, Donnie Lincoln Hoger. If we could give them a big shout out and all their patience.
Friends, Delegate Householder, Delegate Gearhart, Delegate Espinosa, Delegate Rohrbach, and I are fortunate to have in our leadership office a very fine staff, and I'm thankful for them every single day that we're here and throughout the year when I'm in the office when we're not here during session. Vicki Pendle. Drew Constable. Sarah Dyer beside of Drew. Ann Eli in the back. Our General Counsel, Bob Leslie, here in the front. Sometimes you just need a warm hug, and that's Jeff Billings here. Thank you all. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start over by the door here. Lynn Lewis, Assistant Clerk. You don't see Lynn very often because Lynn's always in there doing the journal. She's listening and journaling. And Lynn, she's been in the office a long time, been Assistant Clerk for the last few years, and she is usually one of the very last people here because the journal, especially if y'all go late at night, the journal is one of the last things that's done around here at night, and so you don't see Lynn much, but she does a very good job, and appreciate her work on that. A lot of work, and she is happy this evening because we don't have to do a journal tonight, so that's good. Give her a hand. Jacob Redmond, he joined our office. He had been in the minority office, joined us this year, and of course you got to see a lot of him up here running the sound, and then when he's back in the office, he's engrossing the bills, and next couple weeks enrolling the bills, and so we're glad to have him as part of the clerk's team now. Sam was already mentioned, and while Sam is technically a part of LASD, he has been our vote operator for years, and thankfully this year he got to spend the whole session in the clerk's office, and just a tremendous hard worker getting the bills ready for session and whatever needs to be done. So I don't know where he's over there now, so give Sam another hand. And Marguerite Duda, you may have not seen Marguerite because she's been in the office. She was a long-time assistant in the clerk's office. She was assistant clerk in the Senate for many, many years, working in the Senate, and she has joined us. This is her third year. She joined us as a per diem a couple times a few years back and came in this year. And Marguerite is just so energetic, so organized. She stays busy, and I want her out here tonight because she gets the bills ready. She's pasting the amendments in there, and she's usually in there doing that, but we needed to get some of those bills moving quickly, so she joined us out on the front desk this time, and I really appreciate all the great work she did during the session this year. Give Marguerite a hand. And Bob's already been mentioned, but it was good having him up here this year to help with parliamentary matters, in addition to his duties as chief counsel, joining us on the front desk. So Bob, thanks for your help this session. And Lori School. Lori has been in the clerk's office for several years, been on House staff for many years. One of the things that you may not know that Lori spent a lot of last year on is all these renovations we had around here. Lori handles the purchasing as well as helping pick out things, so she had a very busy year with that this past year. So you look around at all the renovations that were done, Lori played a big part in getting those organized, and as you see, a lot was done throughout the House areas in the past year. But Lori also took on the duty this year of doing bill status. So she joined us on the front desk and has been doing bill status, updating that as we go along. So give Lori a hand. And now, what I know some of you all have been waiting for, I have the service pins. Mr. Speaker, do you have anybody else before we go to this? What? Oh yes, and I want to mention Perry, and there's so many folks that you don't see around here. Now Perry you do see, and he definitely sees you. But Perry, how many jobs can you ever have where your whole life is documented? And he gets so many great shots, and I know everybody appreciates that, so give Perry a hand. And I do want to mention he's out in the health committee now, but our speed reader, Robert Altman, who is a tremendous help. I'm not sure where you were earlier this evening when I had to read that bill, but we need you close by more often. But and I won't go into mentioning all the people throughout the building, print shop, other support staff. I know IT's been mentioned, drafting. There's so many other areas that support the House, and we appreciate that as well. As I call your name, we have several members, and as those around here, we give you service pins once you complete your 5th, 10th, 15th. Every 5 years, you get a new service pin. Please try not to lose them. I ordered a new supply. But we have several who have just completed their 10th session. And I want to call them up in a moment, but we do have one member, if all my calculations are right, and if I miss somebody, let me know, but one member, and I'd ask you to come up, Delegate Barnhart, just completed his 5th session. So. And if each of you would stay up here after I give you your pin, I'm sure Perry would like to get a group photo, so congratulations. Thank you. Okay, our 10-year members. Call you each up and just come on up as I call your name. Delegate Fast. Congratulations, my friend. Delegate Fluharty. Congratulations. Delegate Foster. Minority Leader Hornbuckle. Cowboys. Delegate Pushkin. Deputy Speaker Rohrbach. Delegate Summers. Congratulations. Delegate Butler. There's one more, I think. Oh, Speaker Henshaw! Yeah, go on there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is late and the months have been long. I do deeply appreciate the professionalism of our staff, of those who have volunteered their time on some days to help make our last 60 days possible. I appreciate the time and dedication that each of our 100 members here have put into the time we've been together. It is not always an easy time to spend 60 days together here. It can be a pressure cooker of an environment from time to time. It can bring out the very best of us when we are aligned on priorities that we all believe will move our state forward well, but it can also bring out frustration. And as we leave tonight, I wish everyone a safe trip home. It will not be long before we'll be gathered together again here. Our interim committee dates for the rest of 2024 have already been announced. I will look forward to seeing each of you back here again in just a matter of a few short weeks. Safe travels home.